Hello, 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 hello. PTR Porno here. Ready for some fun dungeon activity. Woo, I love the PTR. Oh man, it's been a while since the last PTR cycle. I didn't really play Alpha, to be honest. In fact, I don't think I played Alpha at all, which is kind of funny. Um, but yeah, I've done I wouldn't say a lot in the PTR, but I've definitely been playing a fair bit, right? Trying to get my understanding of how Windwalker's feeling going into next tier. Obviously, it's very early days, right? And everything changed. I'm trying to get more of like a less of a how good is Windwalker's damage, right? Because damage changes like week to week. You know, you could be like a DK at the moment, right, on the PTR and think, oh shit, DK is gonna be amazing because it's top in the meters. But I mean, it probably will still be good on live. Actually, I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know why I use DK as an example. But my point is, like, damage doesn't really matter. It's more about, like, how does the spec actually feel at the moment? And that's going to be, like, kind of the goal of today. I did some raid testing yesterday. They released... What bosses? So they, like, released the Venomous Abyss, right? And they did, like, 3 bosses. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. Like... The issue with the 3 bosses that they released... Well, not all 3, actually. I'd say that the issue is it's a lot of like spread cleave, if that kind of makes sense. Not all of them. The Sentinels weren't massively spread cleave. These were actually like pretty much single target bosses. I'm sure you could find some like freaky way to like hit both of them at once if you're playing something like a Shadow Priest or a Warlock. Kind of similar to oh, what was that boss in Vault of the Incarnates? Well, not Vault of the Incarnates, it was the Sarkareth raid where you had the 2 mobs and they couldn't be near each other, but then you had like the Warlocks kind of in the middle so they could hit both. I think it's going to be that sort of shebang sort of thing, because you got to play them like on multiple, like different sides. Split your group into 2, but like for the vast majority of specs, these are going to be like single target bosses. I actually thought this felt like the best Windwalker boss, funnily enough. Just pure single target. See, this one on paper seems like a very like Windwalker favored boss in the fact that it's one boss, right? And it spawns tons of ads, like actual shit tons. The thing shits out ads like it's not like it's tomorrow. Like you get wave after wave after wave after wave. Wave after wave. No, but the biggest issue with this boss, and it's extremely cringe, is that they have these shields on them when they spawn, these ads,
228 is
right?
now following.
These ads have shields on them, and they can only be damaged by magic damage. We're under the assumption they can be purged, but obviously there's a lot of ads, so you're not going to purge them all. So until their shields are broken, it felt like you couldn't do anything to them. Not only are they like quite spread out, so unless like you had like DKs to grip everything in and knock them in, it was actually not that fun of a fight. Because you basically feel like you're doing nothing until the shields are broken, and by the time the shields are broken, then everybody's piled on them, and they're just basically dead. It just felt like the anti-physical melee boss. It was very strange. Like, don't get me wrong, you can get them spread up pretty nicely, break the shields, and then nuke this boss down, or like the ads down, and that felt cool. But let's say the trash packs like grouped up, and they still all have shields on them. You can't do anything to them. Like, you can do some nature damage to them, sure. Like, let's say you can hit them with some Xeno Stomps and stuff, and it will actually damage them. But if you try and hit them with a Fist of Fury, does no damage. If you try and Tiger Palm them, you don't even gain Chi. That was crazy, by the way. Because obviously, like, these ads are grouped up, right? So you're trying to, like, generate Chi so you can actually cast some abilities. And if you hit them with a Tiger Palm, they got a shield up, you don't generate anything because the hits don't actually go through. So, I don't know. On paper, this seems like a cool fight, and I think once it's solved, right, if you like get enough specs that can actually grip things in, the purges actually work, maybe it'll be a fun Windwalker fight. It felt very Shadowpan though, like very Shadowpan like coded, just because like I played Conduit and Shadowpan on all the boss testing yesterday, and Conduit felt good on some bosses, but on this boss in particular, it felt really bad. It comes back to that thing of like, Zenith is your little burst window, right? And although it's no longer as powerful as it used to be, like nowhere near, and your burst is no longer as strong, you still get more applications of it through Shadowpan because you can play 1 minute. and that's really useful in a boss fight that spawns ads pretty much constantly. So I'd be shocked if Shadowpan isn't the play here, but it is a little bit of a cringer fight. What was the other one? The Lost Explorers. Oh my god, I don't. Whoever designed this is like actually some freak. Like, I don't even know. But basically, once again, it's just a really poorly favored melee fight, if that makes sense. Because you've got 3 mobs, but you've got one mob that can never be on top of 2 of them, and then another mob that teleports around constantly. So, like, most of the time it's 2-target cleave, which is already not great for Windwalker. But then parts of the time as well, it's just 1 target. So I'd say it's like 50% 2-target, 50% 1-target-ish, maybe 60-40. Once again, it's just kind of awkward, right? Because you can't spread cleave them, so what you're going to do, it just feels kind of rough as melee. I actually preferred Conduit on this fight, though, which is surprising, because Conduit's been so bad in Season 1. But, like, Season 2, just from the PTR testing alone, it feels a lot better. There's still some, like, massively inherent issues with Conduit in terms of, like, Tiger Eye Brew, right? Because Conduit spends so long outside of its cooldowns in comparison to Shadowpan, right? Like, even if you're playing, like, 1 minute 30, that 30 seconds is quite a big difference for stacking up stacks. So the longer a fight goes on, the longer you actually lose value from your Apex talent, because you just sit there on, like, 30 stacks for, like, long periods of time, and that in itself is just horrendously poor design. It's kind of a cool fight. You actually get some pretty cool uses of Dance of the Wind in this fight, because there's a bunch of, like, bleeds and physical damage, like soaks and stuff like that you can just avoid with Dance of the Wind, so you do get some value from being a monk there. But generally speaking, it just felt like there's going to be better classes for it, unfortunately. And then Sentinels is kind of the same thing, but this is, in quotation marks, like a pure single target fight with 2 bosses, and they go into the middle at times. I think it's like every 1 minute 30 or so they go into the middle, something like that. Once again, but then it also spawns a big ad as well. So that's kind of cool. Like, so it is like 10% or so, like 2-target cleave, and then they go into the middle, and then you can hit them both. Once again, I preferred Conduit in this fight. I think Conduit actually lined up really nicely for this. The one thing I'll note is that basically on, like, pull, you get cooldowns basically for, if you start on green side, you manage to actually hit both the ad and the boss and get cooldowns nicely for that. And then when they go to the middle, you can hit them both. And then at about like 4 minute 30, when you get your Conduit back up again, if you're playing on cooldown 1 minute 30, you actually get Conduit back up for when they go into the middle. So I don't know, I feel like this one kind of favored Conduit, but it's always going to come down to scaling. But they're kind of fun bosses, but I can see the flaws in Windwalker with some of them, which is the issue, I suppose. But overall, fun raid, I guess, so far. I'm just hoping that the rest of these bosses aren't, like, massively cleavy. Obviously, you've got, like, a single target one coming up. You've got 2 bosses over here. The assumption is that these guys aren't going to be stacked. So it's like, well, suddenly, once again, you're only dealing damage to 1 boss. But it depends, right? If it's a Sentinel situation where, like, they're so spread that you can't really get away with hitting both of them, but these guys look like they're relatively close, which is just, once again, pretty rough for melee DPS in general. Yeah, we'll see. Play a melee class that can damage at ranged. What melee class can damage at ranged? Death Knight. Yeah, to be fair, Unholy Death Knight can do that. It basically is a ranged spec. Unholy Death Knight was popping off on these bosses, swear to god. Yeah, just from testing, it feels very, currently it feels like very Shadow Priest, Warlock, Boomkin, sort of like, obviously these are early bosses in the raid, but just from, like, initial testing and how everything's kind of, like, spread out, you got to understand, even on this pad boss, right, where there's tons of ads, they all spawn, like, all over the room, it's really spread, and you need magic damage to break their shields, so, like, you are getting carried by your, like, ranged magic dealing DPS, like your Boomkins and stuff like that. And then as, like, a melee DPS, like a Windwalker, you get the scraps of when the mobs eventually get grabbed in. You're like,
Noah
thank you.
TV is now following.
I'm so happy I can actually do something. Yeah, so not like, it doesn't feel awful, but it feels a little bit rough at times. That's like, even if like they pumped up Windwalker's damage, right? Let's say Windwalker did the highest damage in single target or whatever, you'd still suffer on some of these bosses because they're not suited for the damage profile of a melee, physical, non like ranged spec. That's the issue, right? It's more to do with like the profile of how the actual spec works in general, more so than like if it feels good to play. I found that conduit actually felt nice though, which was kind of chill. The cringiest part though was that with conduit when you're playing it, you actually like drop apex talents now, which is kind of funny. Any good news about Windwalker Monk diff? Yeah, I know. I feel like all I do at the moment is talk negative. I've like noticed that when I'm like off stream and I'm thinking like just playing. I'm like I've been so negative about Windwalker recently. It's funny because back in Undermine, I used to be like super positive, but obviously Undermine was quite a good Windwalker tier, right? But even in Maniforge, when Windwalker was like kind of mid, I was pretty positive. I don't know. I feel like I played the spec for quite a long time now that I can kind of just see the cracks in it a little bit. Like if I can be positive, I will be positive. I love being positive about Windwalker, but there are like quite a few flaws at the moment. Like just in general, dropping Apex talents in itself is just kind of cringe, right? Like when you think about it, like they designed this entire system to play around, and then it's like, well, in certain situations with certain hero talents, it's actually better to not even run it because. Like, for Conduit in itself, it already felt bad to press Stomp in Season 1, because it feels, like, really awkward to fit into the rotation. But then, going into this tier, they've nerfed Stomp damage, and then they've nerfed the rank 2 and rank 3 of the Apex talent as well. And that nerf was heavy enough to make it so, like, Sims are basically like, well, this shit ain't actually even worth taking anymore. Like, in AoE Shadowpan, you still take it, but, like, even in, like, single-target Shadowpan, it's kind of like the Sims suggest that you don't even take Zenith Stomp, because it just doesn't do enough damage. Like, it's just not good enough. You know, it's better off taking, like, just any other talent, basically. So it's kind of like a weird spot at the moment. I think, fundamentally, you shouldn't ever drop your Apex talent. It's kind of the entire point of it, right? It's your Apex talent. But, yeah. If Monk didn't get a defensive and survival buff, play DK. It's been there for 7 seasons and nobody cares. I play DK. I think I'm still on like the copium that it is going to get defensive and survivability buff. I think that there's no way that it won't, right? Like that's kind of, to me, that's done like a little bit like deep dives into the actual survivability and stuff across all the content and seeing just how absolutely despicably rough it actually is in comparison to other specs. And it just to me that like I can't fathom a world where they don't like do something. I'm still under like the opinion that they've given like their main changes initially were to do with damage profiles, right? They obviously want Windwalker to be less bursty, which it is. It's a lot less bursty than it was. Because you don't triple stomp anymore, which was a lot of the burst damage, which to be honest is probably healthy. It's kind of because I go back to like when I was talking about the pad. The issues with pad is that you literally become this like class that is just there to nuke down ads, and that's not really a purpose if the ads are nukeable down enough. Like if the ads actually need to die, then you shouldn't need burst damage to like nuke them down, right? Burst damage is inherently just for like AoE burst is inherently just to be like, I want to obliterate these things and be top of the meters, right? Like if you can't kill the ads in the time it takes you to like use an entire Zenith, then you know it's just too paddy. So they've definitely reduced the burst in general. But yeah, I don't know. It feels a little bit rough at times still. Right, okay. Enough yap about the raid. I'm basically going to, when it comes to the raid as well, I'm going to do like I will do like a video, basically just like 1 minute per boss, just talking about like how it feels in each boss and stuff. So yeah, they have released one dungeon. It's the new dungeon. It's called the Altar of Bangs. Basically, Venom raid, Venom dungeon. Where is this? It's basically got snake bosses and shit. I've looked into this. I haven't looked into this at all. I guess it's got Zul'Jan. This is the dude from the campaign, I suppose. I guess I don't really recall. I didn't spacebar through it. And then it's got Snake with swords, which is kind of cool, I guess. And then it's got Snake with heads. So, or is this a Chimeras? No, wait, Chimeras is... What is this? This is a... Isn't this a different interpretation of a Chimeras? What's it called? Like a snake that, like, when you cut off its head, it grows more heads. That is a Chimeras, isn't it? Anyway, either way, it's a I don't even know. It's snake heads. Hydra, yes, Hydra. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Hail Hydra. Alright. So, I haven't done this dungeon. Oh god, there's only one group. That's not good. So, my goal is essentially just going to be to kind of learn the dungeon first, I suppose. So I'll play Shadowpan, but we're definitely going to play some Conduit as well in dungeons today. So it's going to be like Shadowpan and Conduit. The Shadowpan build is very similar to what you'll remember from Season 1. Like, if you look at these talents, like, there's literally, like, you probably don't even notice any changes at all, to be honest. Like, realistically, the main change is the memory of the monastery is now picked up. The idea behind this is essentially that Tiger Palm and Blackout Kit got a buff, right? And we lost damage elsewhere. So this is like a double dipping almost talent in a sense. Because you're activating more Blackout Kicks, well, in quotation marks. I mean, it says 75%. I'm going to be real with you, that as actually like, it's like, if you read this and it says increases its chance by 75%, you must think, holy shit, I'm going to proc this all the time. It's actually like, it's something unbelievably low. I think it's actually like something like 3%. Basically, it's really low. But just that extra chance of proccing Blackout Kick is good because we want to Blackout Kick a little bit more. Especially in like 3 target or anything below 3 target. Because it does a bit more damage. And by a bit more damage, I mean barely any more damage, but, you know, we take what we can get, I suppose. Surprisingly, it's not recommended to take things like Crane Vortex and stuff. I mean, I might try these talents out. So I still think, like, Crane Vortex is decent. But basically what I'm doing at the moment is I'm trying out the, like, actual, the initial sim. This is, like, the initial sim Shadowpan AoE build, right? And then we might, you know, edit it a little bit, tweak it. Still running full Apex for Shadowpan because Xenostomp is good. Xenostomp is actually still decent for Shadowpan because it doesn't really interrupt the rotation. And I love how whenever I go into an instance, it completely fucks up my cooldown manager. I love this game. Thank you, Blizzard. Oh, it's happened in the raid as well. That looks okay. It's like playing a memory game. I noticed lots of top Windwalkers go for singly focused Jade, tested on content and got great results. You go the other route, which is great AoE. Yeah, for single target, I went singly focused Jade. I did, right? Yeah, I did that for like single target. I don't think that'd be so good for dungeons. Oh, I didn't recommend it for Sporeful. Oh, I see. I missed that bit. I think I can see why, because I can see why you'd run it for Sporeful, because it's like mostly boss fight. But the reason I didn't run it was because I wanted to essentially do as much damage to ads as possible. I can see, like, because obviously it's like, it's probably like 60% single target, 40% AoE, because you have ads up most of the time. Obviously that talent build was like day 1, right? So I'm sure there are probably permutations of it that might be better, but I still probably wouldn't run it on Sporeful. I guess it really depends how focused you are on doing as much damage to the ads as possible. To be honest, they just get absolutely nuked at this point. I suppose both are decent. I feel like my party frames are massive. Why are these things so big? Oh my god, they are huge. Is this how they are on retail? So I copied my edit mode 1-for-1. They are just massive. Oh well. The girth. I do like I like the aesthetic of the new raid. I like the aesthetic of this dungeon. I don't know. Troll and green just hits something special, you know. It's just nice. Like all the boss rooms so far just felt really clean. They are relatively well. Most of them are quite small. They're all like basically platforms, or circular square rooms, stuff like that. Basically, whatever this dungeon looks like is what the raid looks like. Thoughts on Windwalker's damage profile for keys in 12.1? Hard to say right now because I haven't done a key in 12.1 yet. I'll have a better opinion of how I feel like the damage profile is after a few dungeons playing Shadowpan and Conduit. This is the first time I've done a dungeon in 12.1. All I've done is target dummies, right? Target dummies and some raid, which really doesn't give you a good idea of how you're going to do on trash packs into boss. But yeah, we're going to play Shadowpan first, just because I think Shadowpan's going to be easier to learn the dungeon with. I think it's only a 10, so kind of chilling, being chilling a little bit. To be fair, though, you are scaled down, aren't you? But it'll be fine. In terms of trinkets, I think I'm going to... See, I was using the active trinket on raid, the Throatrunner's Flask, yesterday, which gives you a whole bunch of crit. And I think it was alright, but then I saw a lot of people using the Voracious Heart of Voltec. So I'm going to give that a go. And then in terms of, like, the passive trinket, it's hard, because, like, one of the recommended ones is... Or, like, one that sims well, is one that puts, like, a light on the floor and you get mastery. You get, like, mastery from, standing inside this beam, but standing inside a beam of light is always inherently really difficult when you have tons of movement. So, like, if you move out of it, you lose your entire benefit of your bloody, you know, entire benefit of your trinket. So, I feel like it's kind of like this solar vessels, right? Like, the orbs are good to pick up, but it's so tedious, it's bad. The fourth set is an ode to Wukong. I love Wukong from League of Legends. What's a good Wukong quote? Okay. Four-stick Mist Totem. No idea what this does, but it looks like we have to probably press them all. And I imagine this place has a lot of poisons. If I had to guess if there's any, like, if there's any sort of dispelling in this dungeon, it's definitely going to be poisons and diseases, right? Okay, so there are casters, but my plater essentially doesn't tell me they're casters, which kind of makes sense because it's PTR. Hello? Oh, we're fighting them on the staircase. This is so... this is cursed. I tried to kick one, and it didn't go. I wasn't close enough. Yeah, so we get a nasty health shield, it looks like a heal absorb sort of thing. I haven't noticed any poisons yet. I am certified blind though, so there could have been like at least 7 and I haven't even seen them. Oh god, there's affixes. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, this is freaky then, isn't it? What the fuck is going on? Well, that was fun. I love getting forced into a corner. It's very hard to tell what are casters and what aren't. What I do know is that the leeches have like no health, so we're gonna be hitting a couple of stomps. See, this is more my favorite pack, you know, no casters, no damage. Oh, feels good. Oh, I lied. These guys are going absolutely ham on the tank. Is he okay? What are they doing? He's not really taking any damage, so... They're like... It looks like they're in like a frenzy. I wonder if it's worthwhile... Obviously not on a 10, but if that can be... I wonder if that can be removed with pressure points. I imagine it probably can. They've got 20 stacks or something. But it's constantly resetting. Okay, so he does blood sacrifice, and that's what puts the heal absorb on. I don't know if it's dodgeable. What build am I testing? Currently I'm playing just like Shadowpan, basically. Which is arguably like the easier hero talent, right? But it's more so that I can kind of learn the dungeon, because I haven't done this one yet. Alright, we've got a few frontals. Okay, that's a curved frontal. Sure, noted. And they put a nasty slow on you as well, so Tiger's Lust does have some use in this dungeon as well. I still haven't noticed any poisons, which is very surprising. Like, yeah. So Blood Sacrifice is the big red guys that put a horrible absorb on you. Windwalker blasting, or is it just me? It's Windwalker. Trust. Windwalker, very good. I mean, Windwalker's always been... Oh, did you just jump? Windwalker's always been fine damage-wise, I think, in M+. It's more of a survivability issue at the moment more than anything. Alright, no idea what this plus does. Good luck. Alright. Circles on the floor. Dodge them. It's now going to do a triple shot. Whatever the fuck that means. This looks like... Maybe spread it on the edge of the room. I have no idea what that did. I'll be dead honest. This looks like a 100% soaker. Ow. Ow? What is this? Okay, so he goes and eats, I want to say some flesh. Eats the flesh, and once he's done consuming, or during the consumption, I suppose, he's triple shotting. That looks like a don't stand in that. And this honestly just looks like a spread. You don't drop anything, so it looks like more of a spread than anything. And then I imagine it's just a rinse and repeat. Ah! Ah! Get the fuck off me! I think this is probably going to be the hardest mechanic. I'm curious if this is a... Holy shit, I had to health put that. What am I curious about? I'm curious about if that is the more people that stood inside of one, the less damage it does to people, or if it's one person really needs to soak, and if you, like, double stacking it, you're stupid. I should probably read the guide, but I think it's more fun to go in blind. Yeah, that is 100% the hardest mechanic. That hits like an absolute truck. Because it feels like you're taking, like, constant damage throughout it. But then every time you stand inside of a circle, it also hurts like a mother trucker. Pretty chill boss. Yep. I could see that being absolute hell on earth for a Windwalker at anything plus like 18 more. Good luck with your defenses there, buddy. Is damage profile for this Fury Simulator even on practice? Essentially. Everything at the moment for Windwalker is basically Fist of Fury Simulator. That guy's evolving. I don't like the sound of that. Ah, there we go. Here are the poisons. So I think you just let the Envenom cast go through, I'll be honest. He says as he interrupts one. Yeah, because if you like letting Envenom go through, then you can just essentially just remove it. It's the evolves you don't want to go through. And there are fixates as well. I don't know how hard these are actually going to hit. On the plus side, they look like they're like hard CCable, which is big positive. Because usually if like you hard CC something, then they might just cast again, but you can just cancel the evolves. So I like that. And then it puts horrible blood on the floor. This is very oh god. Oh god, it does mass and venom. We didn't kill him. A lot of these colors and mechanics are very similar to what's in the raid. There's a lot of blood and venom like mechanics that have like similar visuals. Oh shit, snakes are fighting. Oh fuck, okay, it's a mass and venom. I'm gonna remove that off myself. So I think, yeah, because that one basically spawned as a like you. Oh, we don't. I don't bring. He started off as the big guy and he hits everybody with Envenom. Mistweaver Stonks have gone up massively on that ad pack. Okay, he does a tail scythe, which means you probably don't want to stand behind him. Okay, does not matter. He swings it around his body. Noted. He does Death Rattle. Okay, so I'm taking massive physical damage. I'm taking humongous physical damage. What the fuck is going on right now? What is this? Is this like... No, you still get stacks if you're outside of it. Oh no. Oh, what's this? Wait, I have an extra action button. So stupid.
We cannot let this creature bar our path.
Okay, we learn. Looks like there was a little extra action button there. Mm-hmm. Okay. I might have been at fault. That's okay. Is Conduit now words? Is Conduit now worth more playing? It's hard to tell because it's very early days. It definitely feels nicer in the builds where you drop the Apex talent though, because then a Stomp isn't as strong as it used to be. And it always felt a little bit clunky in Conduit because you got like such high APM with Fist of Fury. It felt almost like really awkward at times to fit it in. So it definitely feels like it plays nicer. Now, does plays nicer mean that it is going to be viable? Hard to tell. Well, I'll play it in this dungeon after this one. Alright, so he's going to Death Rattle. We get the extra action button, and then we just move? Right, okay. What the fuck? Are these CCable? They are CCable. Oh god, I don't want it to touch me. Oh good god. Right, and I think they share health with the boss. Okay, this is pretty simple. That's just a line into a cone. So I think you want to save like AoE damage when those ads are up. And then you probably just, more than likely you just chain CC them. So that you can nuke them down. So like now they're grouped up, now it makes sense to try and nuke them down. Oh, I kind of missed out on a stomp there. Oh, did I? No, it's not too bad actually. I feel like they're going to hurt a lot more in higher difficulty. Yeah, they definitely share some sort of health with the boss. So I think like in an ideal world, you get them stacked up as fast as humanly possible. And then just have like a massive CC chain on them. Because obviously they got fixates, and that's going to hurt like a mother truck if they hit you eventually. It also puts a nasty poison on you. But if they're CCable, you chain them. There's nothing else to CC there.
We must deal with this monster. A gift of power.
I mean, I did go a little bit quiet though. There was a lot going on. So like right now the envenoms aren't doing any damage, right? But it's a +10, so I think what's gonna happen is like they're definitely not prio to interrupt, but eventually they're gonna be like really important. Oh my god.
My power is transcendent. Share.
What the fuck is this? What is this? This is good. Oh, we get to do it again. Oh, joy. Oh, and it summons more hatchlings. Well. What is this? Bro, that guy's getting chased. Running for his life. Oh, please, God, no, not again. Do they die when he dies? So I don't want to pop ghoulies here. They do not. Okay. We are going to pop ghoulies here. What a horrible mini-boss. That's going to be horrendous on higher keys. Like, actually horrendous, I think. It's like, you think if this ad's going to have, like, so much more health, how many waves of those are going to get? That is horrible. I hope they fix the Zenith bug. Which Zenith bug? What, is that the one, where you can end up, like, kind of bricking it a bit? Sometimes you press Zenith and you have 0 stomps.
Only the strongest survive.
Okay, they blow up on death. Can't miss kicks here. That was not a kick issue. I'm pretty sure they all just popped and annihilated us. That might be... I think that's to do with, like, I'm pretty sure the Zenith bug like that is to do with, like, being in an instance or something, or dying when you have a certain amount of stacks. I think just relogging can fix that one. So all of these explode. So this is very melee friendly. I guess this is just a move out of the way angle? Wait, no, these guys don't explode. Oh, it's the little guys that explode. Okay, I'm stupid. In other news with Zenith, they've changed it now. So now that it does work with our mastery, which is a good thing, really. These orbs look like I don't want to touch them. I'm gonna be real. Oh god, they're gonna pop. Yep, they popped. We're going big? Oh my god, we are going big. Oh god, I forget that he goes in a circle. On the plus side of this dungeon, I don't actually think there's too many casters. In like comparison to some other dungeons. Oh, did they go boom? I didn't realize they were blowing up ads in this pack. Like, there seems to be like two main casts that you kind of need to interrupt. That's the Evolve, and then it's the Pierce, the Piercing Screech thing. I'm sure Envenom eventually will become like something you need to really focus on. But like compared to like some other dungeons there, it's not too bad. Like caster-wise. Damage looks pretty good. I think the damage feels essentially like almost like it was in M Plus Season 1. Like, in theory, the damage between seasons should actually be pretty much the same, because they haven't actually changed like the damage overall, they've just changed it to be less bursty for Windwalker. We stand in this? Right, I think you are meant to stand in it. Okay. Alright, you need to stand in the beams. Kind of, similar to Skyreach second boss, I guess. Yeah, literally Skyreach second boss. That boss looks giga boring. I imagine you're talking about the snake one. Yeah, it was okay. I'd say I don't think either of the bosses were like mega interesting. I'd say the first one was a little bit more, maybe, but all you're doing is basically just not stacking and then soaking some circles. With the snake, it's basically break chain nuke ads. It's nothing revolutionary. Yeah, you definitely soak these. Oh, and then he throws glaives. Okay, noted. Throws glaives. Okay, and then we have a soak. This is a... This is a better boss. This is messy. Okay, this makes the other two bosses look like shit, let's be real. Oh god, but then we got to soak in the... Good luck. The blood does disappear though, so I think the gimmick is that you probably want to... You'll want to like fight him on the edge of the room, I think. And that way, because I don't think there's a way not to spawn blood, if that makes sense. Like, blood seems like it's going to get spawned no matter what from, like, the frontal and stuff like that. So if you fight him on the edge of the room, then you don't spawn it in the middle, which means that you can all do the suck. Visually, this is a cool boss. Nice.
Done, mortal.
Do you jump over the beam with Whirling Dragon Punch like in Skyreach beams? I don't actually know, but there's probably a high chance you do. The green beam gives stacks and the red beams clears them. Oh, okay, I get you. Yeah, because when you you have to soak these, and then yeah, I noticed it was stacking, and then you get rid of them by all of like the red mechanics, basically. Obviously not the blood on the floor, but like the line and stuff like that. Makes sense. Makes sense. Mum, we have lure at home. I mean, that's all I can think about now when I see glaives. It genuinely is. And there's another boss in the raid that has glaives as well. It is the second to last boss, I think. The Coiled Altar has an ability called Guillotine. No, it's not Guillotine, it's Axe Grinder. He hurls... It's basically this boss, right? Zul'Jan. Zul'Jan's going to be in the raid. Spoiler alert, sorry. He's going to be throwing those mechanics in the raid, and it's just like, holy shit, it's Lure again. Visually, that was a really cool boss. Visually, the dungeon was quite nice, right? I mean, it's green and red, you can't really go wrong with it. As I said, I don't think there's too many casters, like, realistically per pack, maybe like 4's the limit, which you can easily manage with 4 DPS that all have kicks, right? Yeah? Well, 3 DPS and a tank. You can manage that, right? That's manageable with some CC. It's not, like, there are some other dungeons where it's absolutely absurd. But yeah, I agree. I agree. The first and second boss are a bit kind of beige, if that makes sense. Like, they're just bosses, right? There's nothing that cool about them. It's just big dude chomps down on some flesh, and then you get one shot by soaks, and then Snake Boss just dashes and turns into mini snakes. And this is a cool boss, though. You can tell almost instantly that, because obviously this is part, like, he's a raid boss as well, right? He's going to be like, all his mechanics are going to be in the raid. Those visuals are basically from the raid. Like, the red blood was constantly in the raid. The sort of like venom mechanics were also in the raid as well throughout the dungeon. It's cool. It's not a bad dungeon. It didn't feel long. I know it was 28 minutes, but I think it doesn't feel like a long dungeon, if that makes sense. Like, it's only 3 bosses. I think the worst trash pack has to be the mini boss. I think that thing is horrendous, actually. That like, if it looked bad for you watching, it's worse playing it, because not only do the ads fixate on you, and you've got the green circles that explode, then you've got the tornadoes, and then you've got the mini boss in itself. Like, it's actually horrendous. Like, that's a horrible mini boss. Did I get the missed kick text yet? I'd like to say no, because all my kicks are immaculate, but I definitely missed kicks. I know for 100% sure that just in the room before now, I kicked right after the paladin kicked. And I didn't see any text that said miss kick, so maybe it's not implemented yet. Basically, nothing is indicated. I'm not sure if that could be to do with, because that might be nameplate related, right? Like, from my understanding, wasn't it that it will show you you've missed a kick on the nameplate? Like, it will say, like, something to do with the nameplate. But if I'm using a nameplate profile, like Platinator, maybe it doesn't translate. So maybe that's why I can't see it. I did lots of kicking. Maybe let's not look at that. Let's not look at that. Oh, let me have a look at the damage, please. Oh, details, don't be like this. Anyway, it's kind of bugging out a little bit. So I wanna kind of have a look at the breakdown. The details on the PTR has been kind of buggy. Usually I can click on this and it'll bring up like a big kind of like graphic. Let's alter fangs. Okay, there we go. So yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I would have expected, right? Because Fist of Fury is still very strong, right? So 35% sounds about right for like a Mythic Plus dungeon. I think that's about what it is on live, more or less. Maybe in like the 30s more so. You can see like instantly how much of a loss Zenith Stomp took, right? Previously, Zenith Stomp could be in the like almost 20% range if it was really trying. Maybe a little bit less, but it was always above Flurry Strikes in Season 1, or I suppose 0.5 onwards, half of Season 1. So this ability's definitely taken like a massive hit in terms of how much damage it can contribute. And then if you think about it, this is AoE, right? Like for the most part, it's M+, so this is where Zenith Stomp's gonna like hit the hardest. And it's already lost a fair chunk of its damage, so now like it can kind of make sense a little bit why it's being dropped in single target. Because if it's already lost this much in like AoE, and its weakest its weakest combat like damage was actually in single target, because obviously one target, not very useful for a big AoE ability, it starts to like make sense why for things like Conduit or Shadowpan single target, the option is to actually just drop this as your like fourth Apex talent is just like not unreasonable. Spinning Crane Kicks, it's okay, but like I would still expect this to be a bit higher. Like, don't get me wrong, it's doing alright in comparison to where it was in Season 1, but even then, like, it feels like our 4 set's meant to like really make these two abilities shine and make them like feel like they're hitting like a truck. So obviously that's what our Apex does, right? Not our Apex, our tier set. Our tier set makes it so that, you know, after you Fist of Fury, Rising Sun Kick, or Spinning Crane Kick does more damage. And yeah, I suppose they are doing more damage, but it just doesn't feel like they're doing more damage. It just feels like it's the Fist of Fury show still, right? When one ability is doing 35% of your damage, it's just a lot. And then, because I've done this argument before, or this explanation, it's not just Fist of Fury, right? You gotta, it's kind of like, you know when you press Rising Sun Kick, or Rushing Wind Kick, or Skyfire Heal, you kind of like gotta put them in the same box of damage, right? Because they're kind of all the same button. Flurry Strikes, like 90% of Flurry Strikes damage comes from Fist of Fury, right? Because every time you press Fist of Fury, it triggers a Flurry Strikes. Obviously, during Zenith, you can get it through Spinning Crane Kick and Rising Sun Kick as well, but that's why I'm giving it 90%. So I like to add these two together, because it kind of makes sense to, right? Because you're not proccing Flurry Strikes unless you cast Fist of Fury. So realistically, when you think about it, like, almost 50% of my damage in this dungeon came from casting related to Fist of Fury. So it just feels very, very Fist of Fury coded at the moment. And this is Shadowpan, which is arguably the least Fist of Fury of the two hero talents at the moment. Like, from my testing and stuff on dummies, and like, Conduit does a lot more Fist of Fury damage. So, like, overall, damage breakdown pretty much looks the same, with the only real difference being that Zenith Stomp is dropped down. And I suppose, like, Tiger Palm is doing a bit more damage, Dual Threat, Blackout Kick, but, like, they're not doing enough damage where you actually notice it, right? Like, like these all got, like, buffs, and they're still, like, doing below 3%-ish. So, yeah, here's what it is. Just tuned in, what are we thinking so far? I think the damage is essentially the same as last season. It feels very similar. Shadowpan specifically, because that's the only one I've played so far, it feels exactly like Season 1. Like, I know that they said they made the damage more consistent, but it's hard to even notice that it's more consistent. Like, it still feels like all your damage comes in the Zenith windows, right? But that is predominantly because you almost always have Zenith windows up. So it's hard to actually feel a noticeable difference. The obvious clear difference is that you don't have the initial, like, on-burst AoE damage that you had. Like, within, like, a 5-second window, Windwalker could do some immense AoE damage. You don't have that anymore. But during your, like, Zenith window, you're going to do about the same amount of damage, more or less. A bit less, actually, because they nerfed it. But then it gets carried over a little bit by more of, like, the passive changes, but you don't really notice it. And I think it's because Zenith is on such a short cooldown. You're basically in cooldowns all the time anyway as Shadowpan. So, what am I trying to say here? It feels exactly like Season 1, I guess. Except for the huge on-demand burst in AoE. That's gone. But in terms of, like, how damage felt throughout the dungeon and stuff, it felt exactly like I was just playing Shadowpan Season 1. which is not a bad thing, but it's also, eh. It's not exciting. It doesn't make me jump out of my chair and start screaming, going, woohoo, I love Shadowpan. Not really. It's kind of just the exact same thing that I was playing last season, and that's one of the things I missed from The War Within, is in The War Within it felt like there was so much diversity in builds and talents. Every season felt like there was something different that you could mess around with. Everything, like, you had like tons of different builds for Conduit and Shadowpan. I just feel like nothing's changed in terms of like what you're building. Like the Shadowpan AoE Mythic Plus talent build looks exactly the same, bar 1 or 2 talents. That's why I'm pretty excited to play Conduit. We're gonna play Conduit now, which is fun for 2 reasons. One, because it's just something different, right? I haven't played Conduit in months in M+. So I'm really hopeful that it's competitive because Conduit is fun. It's got a niche to it, but it's also fun because it does damage, maybe? I hope. I don't know where I was going with that. So, with Conduit AoE, I've kind of had to make my own build-up. There's no, like... I couldn't find any sims for Conduit AoE. Usually I like to start off with, like, a sim build and then adapt from there. I don't think there has been a sim AoE Conduit build published yet by the Theory Crafters. So, I've kind of adapted the single target build that was created. Kind of adapted that and the Shadowpan one to create this. I'm not sure how good it's going to be. First thing you might notice is for this build, running 1 out of 4 Tiger Eye Brew. There are 2 main reasons for this. One is that Zen of Stomp is really kind of bad for Conduit. It just clusters it too much, and it got nerfed. So it's like a double whammy, right? You've already got too much to do during Conduit burst windows. That adding Zen of Stomp in was already cringe in Season 1. Now that they've nerfed the damage, it's just unnecessary to even take. And then on top of that, they nerfed the rank 2 and rank, well, the rank 2 is like a 2-passer, right? They nerfed it by like 10%, because it used to be 10-20% for spells and abilities deal increased crit strike damage. Now it's 5-10, so I guess like they've reduced it by 10%. And that looks like it was enough, at least with Conduit single target, to make it so it's just like, fuck it. It's just not even good enough to run. So basically all we're doing with Conduit with our Apex is making it so that we have Tiger High Brew stack. So that's kind of funny. Teaching, Knowledge of the Broken Temple also looks good for Conduit and single target, with the Blackout Kick changes. So we're going to try and see how that does in AoE. I don't think it'll be too bad. You get quite a bit of value off of this, right? Especially with Conduit, where you're using Whirling Dragon Punch a lot more often than like Shadowpan, because of the reduced cooldown reduction that you get from it just naturally by playing the hero talent with Heart of the Jade Serpent. It was tough because I was making this talent build and I was like, potentially you could go something like Crane Vortex, but I don't actually think spinning Crane Kick's even that strong realistically. Like, you still want to be doing quite a fair few Rising Sun kicks, especially on the bosses. I dabbled with maybe going something like Obsidian Spiral, but even then I don't think Conduit has many issues inside of burst windows when it comes to energy regeneration. So I'm just going to stick with Knowledge, and then I'm also running Harmonic Combo, because this is running the single target build as well. And although it is technically a nerf to Fist of Fury, because of how much like APM you have and how many times you get to cast Fist of Fury, it's more important to have enough chi to cast it than to constantly trying to generate the chi to cast it, right? Like in Heart of the Jade Serpent window, it's so important to get Fist of Fury out if you're screwed over by not having like enough chi to do it. Just because it's so heavy on using chi, it feels better to play 2 chi Fist of Fury than it does to play 3. So yeah, we'll give this one a go. I'm playing 1 minute 30 because fuck 2 minute, that shit is doggy. Like, I promise you, if 2 minute Conduit is good to play, it will feel horrendous. It's really... It's hard to explain unless you've played 2 minute Conduit. But essentially, Conduit has this innate interaction with Tiger Eye Brew where they don't work together. You know how Shadowpan like builds up stacks nicely and then you pop Zenith and it's like pretty much 20 every time and you're super happy because it's a 1 minute cooldown? Conduit almost works in the opposite way, where it's cooldown so long that you're never pressing Zenith. So you essentially constantly generate too many stacks, so you just sat at max cap of stacks. And that's at 1 minute 30 Conduit. When you play 2 minute Conduit, you are the amount of time that you spend at max stacks of your Apex talent, it just feels bad. Like, it genuinely just feels horrendous. It's like, it's unintuitive. They don't work together too well. So that's why we're playing 1 minute 30. Because fuck 2 minute. It's just not fun. It's just not, it's not enjoyable at all. Surely there's no way 2 minute conduit with Voracious Heart in the game is the move. Probably not. I think 2 minute conduit is one of those things where it will, like, let's say conduit's good, right? Let's say Shadowpan actually sucks in raid and it's a conduit tier. 9 times out of 10, you're playing 1 minute 30 conduit. There might be that one boss where 2 minute cooldowns matter more, and it's more value for you to do more damage with the 2 minutes, like damage amplifier that you get by playing 2 minutes, because it increases your damage by like 5%. Like, let's say there's like a burn phase every 2 minutes or something, every 2 minutes 10. It makes more sense to play the 2 minute build in that situation. So it allows the flexibility, but it's not enjoyable, if that makes sense. Like, it feels bad. It just feels like you're holding cooldowns all the time, and then you're like counterintuitively playing with your Apex talent. And once again, Blizzard have fucked up my cooldown manager. I love this game. Also, another cringe thing with Conduit at the moment is you want to cancel Conduit. I don't know how effective I'm going to be at doing that. I tried to make a macro this morning with a cancel aura, which technically worked, but it also got rid of Unity Within, which isn't good. You want Unity Within. But right now, because Conduit took a nerf as well, I think it was a 30% nerf to Conduit's damage, maybe 20% to just the cast, right? The AoE cast. It's more valuable now. Like the like simulation and theory crafting has like worked out that it's more valuable now to pop Conduit, get one tick of it done, get the Unity Within, and then cancel it, and then continue your rotation. You do less damage by staying inside of the channel, if that makes like yeah, I don't really have words for it. That in itself is just stupid. So we'll try do that, but I'm more than likely just going to channel my conduit because I don't have a working macro for it, and I'm not unmacroing all of my DPS abilities just for that one ability. So we'll see. That's how you should properly play us at the moment. Very cringe. Could stop casting if you have an open button. I've tried. I used. What did I use? I've used a cancel aura for Celestial Conduit. Potentially a stop casting, but I had a stop casting channeling. Like, potentially just a stop casting might work. I can try that. Oh god. No, see, I don't even know if just stop casting works, to be honest. But I have tried stop casting Conduit. The issue is it either doesn't work or it cancels the aura itself. I'm sure I'll get it figured out at some point. It's not that deep though. It's not like it's not make or break of the dungeon. Let's put it that way. If I channel Conduit or not, it's just worth mentioning that is how the playstyle is going to be. If this went live right now, you would be canceling your Conduit like ASAP because its damage to cast time is just not worth it. You're better off canceling it and then Fist of Furying more because that's where all the damage comes from. Oh god, what have I done? Well, that's good. I tried to get to the dungeon and it teleported me here.
Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
That's pretty neat. Oh my god, why has it done this? Oh my fucking god, I don't even have the Argentina toy. I literally have to fly all the way back to Silver Moon to then go back to Stormwind. This is really fun. I wonder why it did that.
The wise monk chooses their own style rather than letting popular opinion.
Well, in the meantime, I can change my spell book, actually. I need to put Zoo in on this. We are in. Yeah, I'm sure you guys are in the dungeon. Oh. Zen portal takes to Isle, to portal to Dalaran, portal to Capital. That probably would have been smarter, but I'm already in Silver Moon. Next time, because I'm guaranteed this is going to happen again. I've forgotten how the layout of this place works. Where is the portal room? I am lost. Yes, I play this game. It's up here, right? Wait, where the fuck am I? It's here, it's here. Yes, I know Silver Moon. Oh. I have no memory of this place. Like, literally, I spend like half my time in Silver Moon. I get there, and I just... Where am I? I think the only place I could, like, easily find is the auction house. I do know where that is. Alright, please port me to the dungeon. That'd be kind. Come on, do it. Don't you dare. Please not the bridge. Oh, sweet. Alright, the tank needs 5 minutes. That's absolutely fine because my UI has screwed itself as well. I love this game. I want to say this is just a PTR issue, but I was actually having this issue with cooldown manager on live servers on my DK. Where I'd go into a raid instance or any sort of instance, and it would just reset itself back to default. I know it's a known PCR issue, because I had it when the season started. Or alpha started, I suppose. It's just... I didn't realize it was a live issue as well. Not that it really matters. I mean, it kind of matters, right? Kind of. I suppose if I'm used to knowing where my buttons are, kind of helps. Make a copy of the layout and swap between them when it happens. Oh, that might be a good idea, actually. Smart. Brain has stopped functioning. Oh, Lord. You've angered the leech. Okay. Wow, Conduit's crazy. Conduit does some crazy damage. Let's see. You're right. Copy this. Go new layout. No, go import. And then call it...
Zalaki is now following.
Windwalker V2. It doesn't reset them, but you can use the copy to swap back. Yeah, that's smart. And then oh, the big brain thing would be make like 20 copies. That way I never have to go back. You're capped to like 8. Oh no. Things I do not know. I literally use like one profile per spec. Actually, that's not true. I've used multiple for different bosses. Like I had this whole I had this weird setup for Baloran
K4N3L just subscribed.
Oh, thank you, K4NEL. No, that's a 3. I'm sorry. Canal? Canal? I'm just gonna go K4. Appreciate it. That's really kind of you. We should be getting to this dungeon soon. I think Tank had UI issues. Same, bro. What's interesting with the conduit build, I think, is that you don't run spiritual focus, which makes sense, right? Because spiritual focus doesn't really make sense if you're playing 1 minute 30. It might make sense. Well, no, it wouldn't even make sense if you're playing 2 minutes. And the biggest issue is because conduit doesn't get that same talent that Shadowpan has that reduces the cooldown by 10 seconds. Conduit just in itself feels very awkward at times. So it's just more value to play the extended Zenith instead. Which probably favors Conduit more, to be honest. Because obviously it's got the Heart of the Jade Serpent windows, so you want like a stronger pseudo-burst window, I suppose. What's that spell next to the Recklessness Potion? That is my trinket. It is the Voracious Heart of Ulatek. It's a pretty... I think it's gonna... I don't know if it's gonna be best in slot. It's definitely gonna be a contender. Let's put it that way. And basically what it does is it's just a main stat agility trinket that then does some passive damage potentially when you do like physical damage or whatnot. It drops from the last boss, so I could see it being best in slot in the sense that it's likely going to drop at like 9 out of 6, if that makes sense. Because if you look at the raid encounters on Mythic... Sir, why are you killing me? If you look at the raid encounters on Mythic, you can see like most of this loot is like 1 out of 6. And then halfway through... Okay, it doesn't even show it. Oh, well that's nice. I can't even show you what I'm trying to explain. Essentially, the later bosses in the raid drop 9 out of 6 Mythic. So they drop gear that is stronger than anything you can upgrade to, is my understanding of it. Which means the trinket in itself is going to be super omega strong, like stronger than like a trinket that can only go to 6 out of 6, right? Unless that trinket that 6 out of 6 is really good, but generally 3 more item levels tends to be better. Right, it's like Gaze is really good, but if I could get a plume that was probably like 9 out of 6, there's a likelihood that that plume might actually be better in some situations. Surely that thing's going to get nerfed. Potentially. The alternative to this, that I think is probably going to be a good trinket as well, is the Freight Runner's Flask. Which basically just gives you massive crit strike. They're both 1 minute 30 trinkets. And 1 minute 30 trinkets are actually pretty conduit coded. It's not to say that Shadowpan can't use 1 minute 30 trinkets, but it's always a little bit awkward, right? Shadowpan prefers... Well, Shadowpan's ideal trinket would be 1 minute, but that's not always gonna... There aren't that many 1 minute trinkets that are good. 2 minute trinkets are good for Shadowpan, like obviously Puzzle Box, right? That in itself was just an OP trinket, but it kind of works out because Shadowpan, you kind of want to spread Zenith out by a minute, ideally, because then you gain stacks up a Target Brew. So that's why 1 minute 30 trinkets, like they're okay for Shadowpan, but there might be some times when you're having to delay your trinket here and there, or maybe even the other way around, delaying a Zenith. That is possible. So whereas 1 minute 30 trinkets tend to be better
Neon
for
Void
Conduit
is now
because
following.
it plays 1 minute 30 for the most of the time. Both are pretty good, but I'm just using this one at the moment because it seems a little bit stronger with the main stat agility. Why did I use a mastery potion? That is not what I want to use. Alright, let's give Conduit a whirl. It's been so long since I played Conduit in a dungeon. I want to say the War Within, unironically.
Zul'Jin is already empowering the Fang of Ulatek.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
interruptions. Surjara does not have much time. I will scout ahead. Bring down the barriers first.
I literally couldn't move. I got slowed so badly, my character could not move. I like how there's just a caster in the back. Don't worry about him. He's just chilling. I mean, I guess we're just gonna let him cast. Okay. See, this already feels like the downside of Conduit, right? With Zenith, not Zenith, with Shadowpan, I'd have cooldowns here. Why did that? So it does already feel rough. I'm just so used to 1 minute cooldowns that it feels like anything less feels bad. We got the interrupt at the same time. And no, I cannot see a thing that tells me that we both got a kick or like a kick got missed. I mean, damage doesn't seem bad. I know it's... Okay. Love that the damage meter just disappeared. Damage doesn't actually seem bad. I know I'm lowest at the moment, but 400k is still pretty decent. I know for a fact I can play this better. Oh.
Only the strongest.
These things absolutely nuke your tank, then. I think what it might be is your tank might have to kite those, unironically. So they all seem to get the buff. I would yeah. What do you mean no? Okay. Okay, ignore me then. My bad, my bad. Just perma-CC them. Okay, I stand corrected. He is correct. You do need to see them. I'm stupid. I still think you need a kite to an extent, though, right? The reason he is correct is because they gain stacks, right? You can see they have stacks on them. But CC seems to reduce their stacks. But obviously there's only so many... There's only so much CC you can do, so I imagine there's going to be a break point of how many stacks they have before you should CC them, if that makes sense. I'm just not sure what that number is. Because it stacks up to 20. 20 obviously seems a little bit ridiculous. I imagine maybe something like the 10 range is probably when you want to CC them.
I need to get closer.
So I'm going to wait for them to get to like 10-ish and then CC. Well, they didn't all reset actually. Am I crazy? So that one stayed at 20. Does Monk Para take 1 in Rage? I don't have that talent. It might be worth running in this dungeon, but I feel like if there's like literally like 10 mobs that all have an enrage on them, I don't know how useful paralysis is going to be. So I CC them there. No, it stays at 20 stacks. But sometimes it did drop off on another time. I'm not quite understanding that then. Because I know for a fact on this pull over here, they had high stacks and the shaman used totem to CC them. And they did get, they lost all their stacks. Unironically, Monk's got a lot of utility in this dungeon. Because there's poisons, right? Lots of poisons throughout this dungeon. What do monks do? They remove poisons. Yes, very good. There are a lot of slows throughout this dungeon. What do monks do? Well, they can, you know, remove slows with Tiger's Lust. And then potentially paralysis as well, where pressure points could be useful. Like, look how much damage I'm doing outside of cooldowns, though, on single target is bad. So why this time did he only spawn 2 circles? So the last time I attempted this boss, he must have spawned like at least 8 circles during that phase. But then, look, you see how I started on this boss and I was like the lowest damage and it wasn't even close? I get my cooldowns back and top damage. So I feel like, I don't know, Conduit feels weird. Like, it's like you almost have to accept that you're not going to do any damage outside your cooldowns. Like, even though in quotation marks they made it more consistent, it didn't feel like it. Maybe, like, the one thing I have noticed is that there's a good chance that Conduit might actually be the burst spec again. I shouldn't have done that fist. I think there's a correct pile of food you need to take him to. Now, I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. Ah, I was outside that circle. I was outside that circle. Like Ellie. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, very like Ellie. Like if Ellie's outside of cooldowns, it doesn't do anything, does it? But then inside cooldowns, it is an absolute powerhouse. Like it's really hard to beat Ellie with anything. Like when it's in its cooldowns. Oh no, it got a shield. See, now it's summoning a lot. Let's see if I can understand this. Messy Eater. There's definitely something that determines how many times he's going to actually throw that out. It might be the shield, you know? I feel like I didn't even notice that it had a shield. Oh god, they evolved. We ran out of CC. That's not good. Please don't evolve again. Alright, we are going to have cooldowns for the next pack, which is nice. I'm pretty sure this guy was buried underneath us that whole time. He was knocking... He was going pretty hard and knocking up. One thing I've noticed, predominantly from playing M+ in this season, is that having longer cooldown specs actually tends to... The higher key you get, the better it actually is. Okay, that wasn't breaking. Like, DK, for example, is 1 minute 30 cooldowns, right? In a lower dungeon, a DK actually suffers a lot because you end up not having your cooldowns up all the time for every pack. But the higher key you go, the longer the packs take, right? So you actually spend a lot more time inside your cooldowns and it benefits. So potentially there's a world where, like, Conduit feels nice, right? Even on this key level, like, it doesn't actually feel that bad. there might be a world where it actually just ends up like feeling a lot better at higher key levels. Because it just suits having longer cooldowns.
I need to get closer.
I don't think we got far enough. Ooh. You can kill me now. Kill me!
We cannot let this creature bar our path.
But DK is not nearly as target capped as Windwalker. No, but it's like it's a soft cap, right? With Windwalker, it's 5 targets, but you still deal damage to higher targets, right? Like, although like anything above 5 is lower, like damage for most Windwalker abilities, like pretty much all of them that are AoE related. It's like it's not like it's like hard restricted, right? So you are still going to do damage, but yes, you're right. Like DK will have a higher cap for sure.
The goddess stands with us. We must stop it. Draw upon the strength of the ancient.
I'm not sure how you'll effectively do that. So the dot doesn't look like it hurts that much at the moment. But like you bring this up like a few more keystone levels and that absolutely slaps. Like obviously it's intended that what you want to do is to basically stack them all up, right, and CC them. That is like the play style of it. But like to do that you have to get close enough for them to hit you. And if they start hitting you, you're taking some nasty dots. Also, I should not have done if there.
I simply wish you had lasted a little.
What do you mean? Okay, it respawned on top of me. Take me back to the first run. The first run was so clean. Well, no, it wasn't. But I feel like on this run, I'm discovering mechanics that this boss didn't even have previously. I'm discovering like trash mobs of different effects that didn't even exist in the first run. Hello? Okay, you have to be close enough. That kind of makes sense. So you can't like... So what I tried to do there is run out and then activate my thing. So that I'd be far away enough. And then it would just like instantly pop. You basically have to be close enough, like within a certain range of the boss. And then you have to run out. So you can't like cheese it, I guess. That kind of makes sense. Otherwise you could just like have the death rattle effect. Everybody runs out, everyone pops at the same time. The mechanic doesn't matter. But it's basically to force you to have to deal with the slow. It feels strange not to hear the sound of flurry strikes after every fist. It does, yeah. Be interesting to see where all the damage is coming from, but surprise, surprise, it I mean, I don't know if you can see that, but It is like all Fist of Fury.
Deal with this monster.
It's so egregious. Now we get to play the really fun mini boss. And by really fun, I mean the most cursed mini boss imaginable. Oh, cheeky. Have they done anything about the defenses on Windwalker, or are we still desperate? I mean, technically they did do something. They increased the healing of Vivify slightly, and then they also increased the healing of Silent Sanctuary as well, a little bit. What else did they do? I think they buffed Expel Harm a tiny bit as well. Basically nothing that actually matters. Nothing that's gonna keep us alive. Let's put it that way. How do I love the PTR, I do. Somehow it registers me pressing triple Tiger Palm somehow. Not quite the combo I had in mind. Yeah, I mean, there are some situations where I just feel like Shadow Pan
Torrent is
plays
now
better.
following.
Like, don't get me wrong, I think Conduit definitely has potential in dungeons, and I could do better than what I'm doing right now. This is not amazing by any means. Like, there's times when you want your AoE damage, right? Like, there's a lot, like, trash packs, you want constant AoE damage, and outside of cooldowns, Conduit feels really kind of bad, right? You're completely carried by your cooldowns. I don't know if it's just going to be like a lower key thing. Oh, I got to move out for these. These guys explode. I'm not falling for this trick again. I kind of fell for it. Like, see, like, the burst damage you can do is, like, really nice. Now, I have no cooldowns for the next 1 minute. So I'm just going to do, like, stinky damage. And I guess really it's just, like, working out, is it more valuable to have that really high burst every 1 minute 30, or is it just better to have constant 1 minute damage? Oh god, they're going to explode. I think there's only one way to really tell. I gotta do like a 20. I think a 20 would give me a good understanding. The downside is finding people that are willing to do a 20.
Captain_Salty TV is now following.
Only the strong get strongest
Oh,
survive.
fuck my life.
Your failure sustains me.
Hey, thank you for all the YouTube videos. No worries, my dude. Hope they help. We're just testing out the new dungeon at the moment, playing some Conduit. I think it's good, but I think it could be better. I don't know if I've just like conditioned myself to have this mindset of short cooldowns, and it's really hard to go back to longer cooldowns after that. What am I dying to? Please, tell me. Even the monkey monk doesn't help me stay alive. I know, it's sad. I tried to health potion there. I'd love to say it was probably the ping of being on EU playing on the PTR service that didn't let the health pot go through, but I probably was a bit slow in my brain as well. I was kind of hoping that pressing Conduit would save me. That's why I looked at my talents. I realized I was taking the one that makes Fort Brew stronger, not the one that makes it so that I heal during Conduit. That would have saved my life. Okay, so we have cooldowns again, so I'm actually going to do some damage, which is nice.
You think you can stop me? I'd like to see you try.
Conduit is... It'll be easy to explain once this dungeon's over, just how reliant you are on Fist of Fury damage. It doesn't need to... We don't all need to soak a line. Please stand in here. Help. Conduit even hit there? I feel like I might have been a little bit too far out of range. So if you just tuned in, basically how this boss works is you have to do the soaks, right? The soaks aren't actually too bad, the green lines, but they give you a dot of, I guess we'll call it ritual venom, so that's what it's called. And then you need to get hit by these red mechanics. So the red mechanics reduce the dots. You can't actually see... Well, you can see my dots falling off now. I no longer have it, so I've been hit by enough red mechanics. I don't know if you necessarily want to stand in the blood to remove it. To be honest, I feel like I'm explaining these boss mechanics to you, but I have a very loose understanding of these boss mechanics myself. I'm probably explaining them all wrong. And that's okay.
Power it'll save their money. It'll save us.
It went alright. Could have played it better. Could have played that dungeon a lot better. PTR week 2 class change waiting room. I think there already were the week 2 changes now. Or I guess, do we call those 0.5 changes? 1.5. Because that's when they, So there were some changes the other day, no? Ah. So when we look at the overall, it's actually not that great. It's a lot less than I was expecting, actually. So, like, in comparison to Shadowpan, I mean, Fist of Fury is actually not as high as I thought it was going to be. I think a lot of that, it kind of balances itself out a bit. Because in 5 targets, Fist of Fury is all your damage. But in single target, that's when things like Rising Sun Kick actually balance it out a bit more. So, like, if you're looking like, if you compare it to Shadowpan, for instance, Fist of Fury is doing about the same damage, with Conduit's one doing a little bit more. I think Shadowpan was like 35-ish or something like that. Noticeably, Spinning Crane Kick does a lot more damage on Conduit. And then Rising Sun Kick. So, it feels like these two do feel like they contribute a bit more in terms of like the overall damage. But I guess, well, like, you got to take into account, you're not taking Zenith Stomp in this build. You're not taking... You don't have Flurry Strikes, right? So that's 2, like, things that would have been above this on Shadowpans that are now missing. So that might, like, make it look like these two are doing more in comparison. The damage does feel rather low, though. That can easily be player skill, though. 100% easily. What didn't do damage? What's disappointing? I think that's where we need to look first. I think Conduit in itself is just disappointing. I think I lose a lot of damage by allowing this to actually channel fully. I need to try and make sure that I can cancel this as soon as possible. Blackout Kick's alright. But maybe it's... See, so I'm thinking now, if Spinning Crane Kick is doing this much damage for Conduit, maybe it's actually better to go Crane Vortex and give it some more damage. That might actually make a bit more sense. Because with Shadowpan, Spinning Crane Kick still doesn't do that much damage, where I think that Crane Vortex is probably good enough compared to some other talents. But maybe this is actually better. I mean, there could be an argument that you don't take Harmonic Combo. But I just don't know what you drop it for. Windwalker has some doggy talents, I'll tell you that right now. Like, it has so many dead talents. Like, when you... Like, you can't take Flurry. Flurry's just bad. You can't take Slicing Winds, because this is also just bad. Thunder Fist isn't good enough either. Obviously, Jadefire Stomp combo for AoE is bad as well. There's just, like, so many bad... Like, a lot of these are actually really bad for AoE. To be honest, I kind of did like Harmonic Combo, though. I felt like it allowed the flow of Fist of Fury to feel better. I think we'll keep Harmonic Combo on. The only thing that makes me not want to take Obsidian Spiral is that I'm not in Zenith enough. Like, if Zenith's every 1 minute 30, I'm just not in this ability enough to really benefit from this talent. Maybe Energy Burst could be good. I could see Energy Burst being taken. But for what? I'm going to take Jade Sanctuary instead. And I'm going to take pressure points, because this dungeon seems decent for pressure points. You can just press Unity during the channel and cancel it with fists. You can, yeah, that's what I've been trying to do. But it doesn't always line up that way, is the issue. So the last thing you want to do in a Heart of the Jade Serpent window is delay fists, right? And it doesn't always make sense to send out like the actual Celestial Conduit ability itself. It doesn't make sense to send it out at certain points during your burst window, depending on like how much time you have left on a Heart of the Jade Serpent, right? So it doesn't always line up to be perfectly. Like, sometimes it will end up being that you cast Fist of Fury during the Heart of the Jade Serpent, and then now it's your ideal time to use Celestial Conduit. But then Fist of Fury isn't back up of cooldown to cancel it. But doing it the other way around just delays the Fist of Fury, which should already be on cooldown. Like, I shouldn't be sending Conduit out with Fist of Fury off of cooldown. TLDR, Fist of Fury always has to be on cooldown, so it kind of feels bad to do it that way. Like, alternatively, I just remove all macros from my buttons, but I don't like that either. They need to remove Slicing Winds so you can get something new there. I think they just need to buff it. I think Conduit feels nice with Slicing Winds. In fact, Windwalker feels nice with Slicing Winds. I'll say it. I'm courageous. I don't mind a bit of, you know, controversy. This is a good button. This was a fun ability. Unironically, this was a fun ability. I think the one thing that soured Slicing Winds was making it activate Heart of the Jade Serpent. Like, I know some people hated this in Season 2 of The War Within when it didn't. But that was like peak Slicing Winds, when it was just a button that you pressed that did AoE damage, right? What made me not like it the most was when they tied it to Heart of the Jade Serpent and you were forced to press it at certain points to activate Heart of the Jade Serpent. That felt really, really bad. Because it was then, that was genuinely forced movement to make sure that you had a burst window at optimal times. That felt bad. But now that they've tied Heart of the Jade Serpent to Zenith again, like, give me this button back, you know? This is a good button. It's a good rotation filler. Like, it just feels so strange that then they literally gave it talents, right, that can, like, basically modify it. They gave it 2 modifiers on the super cool Plunderstorm button, and then they nerfed it into the ground and were like, well, good luck. You know what? I might run it. Is that crazy? No, that is a bit crazy. It's so bad. Like, I get that it costs no chi, but it does half the damage of a spinning crane kick. It does less than half the damage of a spinning crane kick per target. And it's on a 30-second cooldown. Fucking spinning crane kick, by the way. And this button this button sucks already. Nah, that can't be taken. That's actually trolling. I just think they just need to buff this. It's just, there's no reason not to. Because then if they buff this opens a lot more windows to AoE builds. I think it just gives you a bit more choice. Alright, we'll leave it like that. We'll just take Crane Vortex instead. We played a bit of Conduit, we got the feel of it. Let's run it back. Crackling Jade Lightning was definitely more fun. Yeah, Crackling Jade Lightning was good as well. Crackling Jade Lightning, I think, was just satisfying. It, like, scratched that itch. Like, just building up 20 stacks and then just electrocuting everything always felt good. But the issue is that it's kind of like Zenith Stomp. They're very different abilities in what they do, but they fundamentally do the exact same thing in that Zenith Stomp, like, especially before the Mastery was changed, like, let's go pre-Mastery, pre-nerfs. Zenith Stomp was a massive AoE pad button, right, that you just had on demand, nukes everything down, hits that dopamine spot because you're doing damage, but it's probably unhealthy, right, which is why they've nerfed it and put it onto the Mastery. It's the same as Crackling Jade Lightning, which is why they removed it. Because if you had, like, raid bosses and stuff with massive ad packs, you just abused the shit out of this stacking Crackling Jade Lightning mechanic that just obliterated things. So although they're two completely different, like, abilities, they kind of do the exact same thing, and then they've both been nerfed since their, you know, addition to the rotation. Which makes me question, why do they keep adding these things if they're just going to butcher them? Why? Like, I don't know if they know what they want Windwalker to be. Unironically, like, Xenostomp was only added in 0.5. We're talking like a couple months ago, and that thing's already been gutted so hard that it's likely not to be taken on single target at all, and only played for Shadowpan AoE. Like what? Alright, I'll make a group. If I'm giving up Flying Serpent Kick, that spell needs to do fuck you amount of damage. Yeah, I think you do kind of like, when you play it enough, or like when you got used to it enough, you actually, like, I tended to forget that I even have Flying Serpent Kick a lot of the time now, which sounds crazy, but it's because I played so much during the War Win when you took Slicing Winds for everything, that I've become almost conditioned to forget that I have Flying Serpent Kick, in a way. Like, sometimes I'll just be, like, panicking that I can't move out because I'm out of rolls, and I'll just have this button up, like, ready to go. And it's just because I was so used to never having this for, like, 2 seasons straight that I just forgot. I'm curious what you think Windwalker needs to be meta beyond survivability.
Oogie1 is now following.
Unironically, it depends. Are we talking about raid or are we talking about M+? Because if we're talking about raid for Windwalker to be good, even if it gets like defensive buffs, it just needs it unironically needs Brewmaster and Mistweaver to be bad. That is it. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, it doesn't even have to be the strongest DPS or anything. Like, the requirement for Windwalkers to have like a proper, like, high-end raid spot is for those two other specs to be bad, right? Like, that, I feel like that's Windwalker's, like, biggest handicap at, like, highest level. Is you want a monk buff, right? It's not the strongest buff in the game, but you're not going to pass up on a monk buff, right? If, like, one of those specs is good. But you probably aren't ever bringing multiple monks. It's just not, probably not happening. So you in raid, you rely heavily on those two being bad. But Mistweaver just had, like, a killer tier, right? And I've heard it's going to have another killer tier as well. Well, maybe not killer, but I've heard it's good. It's, like, good at the moment. In M+, it's hard. Because besides survivability, I think is the key thing that it needs for M+ to be able to push up, like, higher keys, right? Because I actually think, like, although it's not, like, got things like Death Grip and things like that, like, there have been quite a lot of cool cases for Windwalker in M+ with, like, utility, or Monk in general. There's been, like, a lot of paralysis, okay, I'll just take him. There's been a lot of, paralysis uses in dungeons to make bosses easier, do certain skips in dungeons. Ring of Peace has had usefulness as well. I think its damage profile is actually fine for M+. I like, unironically. Like, especially Shadowpans, right? Because the benefit to Windwalker in M+ is that it always has cooldowns. And although like they've now like they're trying to, or they're saying they're shifting damage to be less bursty, well, you still generally do more damage in cooldowns regardless, right? Even if they've toned down how much it is, right? Still having cooldowns all the time is very useful. So that's like been one of the biggest benefits to Windwalker. Like it feels like every single pack you go into, boss you go into, you always have something ready to go, and that feels really nice. Survivability is its biggest hindrance in M+ at the moment. Like it just, like at the highest level of M+, there obviously needs to be some communication between like healers and DPS on like what they need defenses for, but like Windwalkers do have to go like the extra yard just to communicate with the healer, like when, like they will die if they do not get this defensive here or this external here. Like it's crazy. I personally, I think that Fist of Fury needs a kick during it. Yeah, as you said, like I've said it a few times in videos and stuff. I think like if you're being so catered towards doing so much Fist of Fury damage, right? Like it feels silly at this point not to be able to kick during it. Because like you have two options. You either delay your Fist of Fury for a kick that isn't casting, right? Which in itself is bad, because with it being our main damage, you always want Fist of Fury on cooldown. The alternative to this is to cast during, like, or interrupt during a cast, which is just as bad, because then you lose out on the damage, and now, with the tier set, you also screw yourself up, because you always want Fist of Fury's full channel, like you always did before. But now it like affects your tier set as well, right? Every tick of Fist of Fury damage increases the Rising Sun kick or Spinning Crane kick. So now your tier set punishes you even more for cancelling Fist of Fury, right? And like, you can just not interrupt. That kind of works too, I suppose, but it just feels bad because you do have to interrupt. I mean, you can not interrupt. That's fine. That is an option. Is it worth to play Monk if I'm new to Midnight or choose a different class? I mean, I'd always recommend playing Monk. Like, I do sound like I'm complaining about a lot of problems, but it's a very fun spec, right? And usually when like I'm complaining about stuff, it tends to be at like high level, if that makes sense. Like high keys, or when I talk about like Windwalker and Raid and stuff, I'm not talking about like average guild. I'm talking about like, is it going to be in the race tool first and stuff like that. Because you can play anything in, like, your average key. You can play anything in, like, you know, cutting edge raiding and stuff like that. Like, that's when it doesn't matter that much. But overall, Windwalker is, like, an amazingly fun spec. It's got a very unique mastery to it. Monk in general is really fun because you can play tank, healer, or DPS. So you have that option of flexing all three specs. Which is relatively unique. Only a few classes can do that. As I said, the mastery is really unique for Windwalker, where you never press the same button 2 times in a row, which is really fun. Like, no other spec really has something like that for it. It's got a ton of mobility. It's got short cooldowns. It's just very close quarter combat. All of its damage is very, like... Well, yeah, close quarter, I suppose. But, like, when I mean close quarter, I mean really close quarter. It's very easy to miss damage with Fist of Fury, for instance, if you aren't positioned correctly. So, like, positioning is, like, really key to Windwalker at the moment. And it does have, like, a little bit of, like, a survivability issue at the moment, but not at, like, lower, like mid-content, lower content. Like, if you're, like, learning the spec or doing, like plus 10s or, you know, plus 12s, your weekly stuff, you're running heroic raids or early mythic raids, then the survivability is not that much of an issue. Like, its defensives aren't bad. It's just they scale poorly, I think is the best way to describe Windwalker defensives. They scale poorly into harder content. So that's the bigger issue with them. Look at this group. No lust. Oh my god, this is a PTR group if I've ever seen one. Yeah, this is God, I love PTR keys. Also, you can fish and Zen fly. Yeah, that too.
Zul'Jin is already empowering the Fang of Ulatek.
Outside of Demon Hunter, Monk's my favorite spec, but Demon Hunter's a very acquired taste. Yeah, I actually don't like Demon Hunter. I tried it in The War Within, and it just didn't work for me. I don't know how different it is now, but this is when like you constantly had to use Fell Rush. I don't know how much like I don't really know how Demon Hunter plays that much at the moment, but like this was back literally when like you had to like constantly. It was called the mover build, and you constantly had to dash 24/7, do backflips into dash. Like I just like there's being a mobile class, and then there's being mobile to do damage, and that was just not fun. I didn't enjoy that. All right, so we'll try Conduit again. The only real change is we're gonna obviously play better. Yes, we're gonna play better. So that means we'll do more damage. Yep, trust me on that one. Note that one down, jot that one down real quick. And then 2, we're just slightly trying to give ourselves some more spinning crane kick damage, I think is the idea.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Zul'Jin is already empowering the Fang of Ulatek.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Inertia, yeah, Inertia, that's what it was. I know that they had like no mover builds when I was playing as well. I definitely preferred the no mover build, but then, of course, it did less damage. Classic.
Bring down the barriers, champion.
Oh, all of my buttons are in the wrong place. Oh, this isn't good. I'm just having to guess where my buttons are. Haha, this is not fun. Oh, this is so cursed. Okay, we're saved. That that was actually horrible. Okay, so the other Windwalker's playing Shadow Pan, so this will actually be good. A good way to try and compare the two. In my heart, I think that Shadowpan probably wins. I just think it's better suited for dungeons. But I don't want to give up on Conduit just yet. So it already feels better than it did last season. Well, that's not where I wanted that to go, really. I'll be honest. Blizzard, we always try to ensure melee characters do not feel disadvantaged. Also, Blizzard, I'm feeling that in the raid right now. Like, don't get me wrong, you'll definitely bring melee to the raid. But from the bosses that I've seen so far, it feels a little bit more ranged. Obviously, they only let us test 3 bosses so far, but it definitely favors ranged a little bit at the moment. Our Fist of Fury has done exactly the same damage, more or less. Like within like 5k. 50k? 5k? Something like that. So like in this set right here, right, I do not have cooldowns. But I know like playing Zenith, the other monk, he 100% has cooldowns now. So he can just blast. Whereas I just... I mean, I don't know if I'd call it blasting what I'm doing. Oh, I had to cancel. Okay, so pressure points does remove the dart, or the enrage. That's worth knowing.
One step closer.
Even in my cooldowns, the damage is... I think this is humbling, honestly. Even the spinning crane kick seems more damage.
Should lose its power.
And then you've got flurry strikes on top of it, right? Like the flurry strikes is honestly the difference. Ish.
No way across. We'll
Just a bit of everything. I think bosses will be telling, because in my mind, I think Conduit should be better on bosses.
It looks like the children of Ulatek have been throwing their sacrifices down there. That Hydra might be. Do not let it get a meal out. I need to get closer.
Or just stomped on my head.
Watch out for its venom.
Right, I guess it. So the boss has a shield on it, right, when it goes into this phase. And I think as long as it's got the shield on it, it will not... It will keep casting those circles, right? And those circles are like despicable amount of damage. So you basically want to, like, not save cooldowns, but just be aware that when he's easing, you need to nuke him down ASAP. He's in Zenith. I wish I was in Zenith. What the fuck? Can't get my head around Windwalker. I always end up in a bad place chi-wise. You make it look very easy. I've just played it a lot. Like, Windwalker at the moment has a lot of ways to, like, generate or conserve chi. Like, a lot of the time you'll actually end up, like, kind of overcapping energy a fair bit. Like, it's more important to have better chi management than energy at the moment. Like, there's just so many ways to give yourself, like, chi or reduce using chi. Like, we have a lot of procs, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Nah, I just got smoked on single target. Unless, hold up. Nah, I'm not I'm not even close to catching up. That's crazy. I was so confident that Conduit would out damage Shadowpan on single target, because I'm not a massive fan of Shadowpan single target in the raid. So much more fit, like 2 million more Fist of Fury damage is crazy. I don't do any damage outside of coolies. Oh my god, I got beat by a tank. Say it ain't so. Doesn't Shadowpan buff this Fury about like 30% compared to Conduit? They changed temple tracking or training. They actually buffed Fist of Fury damage with Conduit massively. I'm getting rinsed. So they actually both do decent Fist of Fury damage now. I'd say Conduit actually should do more. I feel very useful in this poll. I'm contributing. Yep, I'm here. Yep. Because my cooldowns came up, but there was just no point sending them. I am present. I think we need to try. Like, I actually think it's more value to save cooldowns for that snake phase because they share health, right, to some degree. So you definitely deal more damage to the boss in that little ad phase. Ow. I refuse to believe I was in front of that, but we can pretend. That's okay. I'll pretend. Still kind of unsure what to play next season. It depends what you're doing, really. Like, it depends if, like, if you're, like, trying to push keys, or you're trying to mythic raid, or, you know, you're just casually playing, just want to do weeklies and stuff. I think that matters a fair bit. Like, next tier, I think I have a few characters that I'm playing next tier for, like, splits and stuff. I'm not sure what I'm going to main. How did that not die? You're joking. What the fuck? Oh! What is this? What was that? Cool boss. 10 out of 10. Would do again. What am I playing next here? I have Monk, obviously. DK. I have Hunter potentially, but maybe not. Paladin potentially, maybe not. And then I need to pick something else. Any suggestions? Any thoughts? I was actually potentially thinking of maybe Priest. Of this shadow variety. Because just from like initial... I think I'll know better after the testing tonight. Basically, I'm trying to like work out how much of these bosses are actually spread cleave. Because there's a few specs that really excel at that sort of thing. Warlock's one of them, but my guild has a lot of Warlocks. I guess Boomkin to an extent does as well, but you tend... I don't know. I feel like the issue with Boomkin is they haven't... Like, Druid's kind of been bad for a few seasons now. They always seem to get, like, nerfed at the last second. So I'm not sold on that idea. Also, I don't really like Boomkin. It's not very fun. Priest, though. I mean, Priest also seems to get fucked at the last second, but... kind of fun? I've never played it. Don't they, like, just shoot, like, spirits at people? I don't know, potentially. I think what I'm concerned about the most is that I'm not sure it's going to be a very heavy melee tier again. Rogue? No, I played Rogue last year. I don't like it. I'm just not a fan. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Lord have mercy on our souls. Oh! Lord have mercy.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
I feel like that mini-boss can go one of two ways. Either it's like real chill, or it's absolutely demonic. There's no in-between on that thing. Pre-shootout apparitions is what they shoot out. Yeah, like pre sound interesting, but I'm sure like they always seem to get screwed over. I forget what the ability's called, but don't they always just like... I'm sure you know what I mean, but like something always gets like buffed or nerfed with them that seems to like completely determine if they're actually playable or not. I've completely forgotten what that ability's called. Spirit Link? No, that's Shaman. Nope, completely forgotten. Psychic Link, that's it. Yeah, because Priest seems to like always look good. Then I feel like they like they're made or braid. They're made or broken by if Psychic Link's good or not. They've changed Psychic Link like 100 times. I swear they change Psychic Link every, like, tier. His Venoms are going to explode and it's going to hurt. Oh, we are lagging a little bit. Alright, we get cooldowns for the next set, so that's decent at least. I hope they add bonus damage back to Chi procs. I don't think they're going to do that. I think the reason I don't think they're going to do that is I just don't think they ever want it to like be where you would press, like get enough damage from spinning crane kick to be good in single target. I mean, I thought, like, my suggestion was that they just bring back Mark of the Crane. I don't think they're going to do that because, well, I say that. They do bring back things that they remove. They obviously, with the tier set and things, they are trying to give more power back to spinning crane kick, but it just doesn't feel like it's enough. It just needs a way to do more damage in single target, in AoE that doesn't affect single target. And that they literally had that with Mark of the Crane. Like, they straight up had a way of doing that. And then they just removed it. I don't see why that's an issue, because it makes things hard to balance. Like, it's really hard to balance, like, spinning crane kick for single target and for AoE if, like, it doesn't say, like, if they, because they basically worked off the same thing. And I imagine you're saying, like, I don't see, or, like, why it's an issue that spinning crane kick did a lot of damage in, like, single target. I think it was just too much, like, power for free. Like, there was no downside to it, right? Like, it's just a free proc that you got relatively often that just did insane damage on single target. Like, from a... I guess just from, like, a game perspective, it doesn't really make any sense why your AoE filler should do so much single target. I mean, they removed, like... I mean, they removed a lot worse than that, right? I think I need to try spinning crane kick more than I have been doing. I'm just so used to never pressing this button anymore. This is what happens, right? They'll like make a change that means that like you like never press a button, and then the next tier they'll make a change that makes it so you always want to be pressing that button. I can't make their minds up. Also, that is just abysmal, right? Like what? Yikes. This dungeon slaps. This dungeon's cool. I like it. Ask me again when I've done it on an 18, if it's still enjoyable. My answer might change. think the best part about this dungeon is the last boss. I don't think it's a hard boss by any means, but like just visually it's a really cool boss. It makes the dungeon worth it. The first two are just kind of whatever. Is this dodgeable? I imagine it is. Yeah, it looks like he chooses a direction to face and then like kind of dashes. Or shoots out the axe even. Yeah, that was not the way I wanted to roll, I'll be honest. Massive axe heading towards my face, rolls through it. Okay. I feel like Windwalker's current design was based too much on how Shadowpan works, and completely forgot about the conduit synergies. I mean, I kind of agree, but like at the same time, it's weird because last year they this is gonna hurt. Okay. Sometimes you just gotta take it. Because last tier we had like the tier set that like really favored conduit. It's just conduit was not good enough to even like get enough value out of it. Like in terms of like how strong tier sets are, that was like one of the worst tier sets in the game, if not the worst, and it was Shadow Patterns. Like conduits wasn't like amazing. Like it wasn't amazing like damage-wise conduit, but like it had no synergy really with Shadow Perm. But then I agree, a lot of things do not synergize with conduit. Like the big, like one of the best examples is the Apex talent. Like you spend a lot of time like overcapping on Tiger Eye Brew as a result of the fact that you're just never sending out your like zeniths. Like it's 2-minute conduit just feels absolutely horrendous because you just spend infinite amount of time like overcapped on Tiger Eye Brew. I mean, like if we look at like all these talent builds, right, the ones I've been playing for raid and stuff, you can see like all the conduit ones now don't even like synergize well with our Apex. Like for all of these builds, I'm only running 1 out of 4. Because it just, like, Zenith Stomp is a really fun button if you're playing Shadowpan, right? Like, really enjoyable button. If you played Conduit with Zenith Stomp, you'll understand that it feels so... Like, Conduit feels so flooded as it is during its Zenith windows. Like, you've got enough to press as it is and micromanage. Having 2, like, Stomps added into the mix, it feels so, like, it's just too much. And, like, there's a lot of times where, like, you almost, like, fail to get your Stomps off because there's just better buttons to press. So, like, it inherently almost, like, feels like it doesn't play very well with our Apex talent. I think that's its biggest issue at the moment. It just fundamentally doesn't. Whereas Shadowpan actually works really nicely. Like Shadowpan always is able to get its Tiger Eye Brew stacks up without overcapping because that has short 1-minute cooldowns. Zen of Stomp feels really nice because Shadowpan has a lot less buttons and not that much cooldown reduction because it doesn't have Heart of the Jade Serpent, right? So getting that extra chi and extra AoE damage from Stomp's really good as well. So like it feels like the Apex isn't catered towards Conduit, really. I think that's the biggest issue. And so it makes the playstyle feel weird. I'll never get this tier set ingrained in my brain. What do you mean by that? Like how it works? Or like the monkey? Both are viable. Shoot, I missed the damage breakdown. I haven't done the damage breakdown. Just pressing spin crane kick after fists and AoE. See, I don't think it's as simple as that.
Crow-Eater is now following.
I'm still of the mind that it's not as simple as that. Because it's still important to be getting Rising Sun kicks off. And it's going to be very target... It's going to be target specific as well. Like... It's a difficult one. Because obviously, spinning crane kick will do more damage. But Rising Sun kick has a bunch of benefits to it as well, right? You've got to take into account, like... You'll need to know that, like, there'll be times when you need to do Rising Sun kick to allow yourself to get the Whirling Dragon Punch. And things like that. I don't think it's just cut as dry as... Spinning crane kick with, like, X amount of targets. Rising Sun kick, not X amount of targets. I feel like it's going to be a little bit more complicated. Single target will be easy. Just Rising Sun kick, lol, forehead. Bosses will be easy. Just Rising Sun kick, forehead. But I don't think it's just simple as spam spinning crane kick. So, like, there's going to be things that have to be factored in. Because, like, spinning crane kick only reduce, like, it's that damage difference of, is it more valuable to do a bit more damage or get the cooldown of Fist of Fury off as well? Then you got to take Will and Dragon Punch into account. I mean, at the end of the day, it will come down to theory crafting. Maybe it will just be, look, who cares about Fist of Fury if you spinning crane kick, you know, comes off a cooldown. No, wait, sorry. If you spinning crane kick is up after, you know, Fist of Fury, you'll always press that. But even now, I don't, like, spinning crane kick's still not enough damage for me to think that you would not want to be getting Fist of Fury off his cooldown as often. Like, it's going up. It's definitely going up. We've now got it up to 18%, which is a lot higher than it previously was. So we are guessing there. I wish I could side by side these. So, surprisingly, the Shadowpan Fist of Fury was higher, which is interesting. So in my mind, I would definitely have expected Conduit Fist of Fury to do more. Conduit Spinning Crane Kick did more, which makes sense. It probably should, to be honest, because it just has more damage amplifiers. Then the biggest issue is that you don't have Flurry Strikes, and you don't have Zen of Stomp in this current build, right? So that's already 88,000 damage, or 88 million damage that aren't in this details. So where's that damage coming? Like, if you take away those, where's the damage being put into Conduit in return? Like, 'cause I promise you, adding up like things like Courage of the White Tiger and Crackling Tiger Lightning are not quite gonna add up to the 53 million damage of Flurry Strikes. Cola would have to confirm, but my guess would be like 5 targets as the minimum to spin. I think it is going to be something like that, because I think even at like 5 targets is the only way you're even getting like 2.5 second reduction on the Fist of Fury. And then 3 targets, it's likely as well that, because Blackout Kit got a bit of a buff, and that's when Shadowboxing Treads really caps out at 3 targets. So it'd make more sense to have that as a filler. I could see it being like 5 targets plus, with maybe 4 targets just being awkward. Just don't fight 4 targets at once, never do that, and then problem solved. Like, the damage difference is about 20k. Which isn't that much, to be honest. Like, realistically, it isn't that much. Like, I think there's definitely more ways to edge out more conduit damage. Like, for starters, I'm playing, like, 200 ping. It feels horrible. That's just an excuse. We don't do excuses here. We're trying to, like, work out the actual how it would edge it out. It feels worse. It's hard to explain, but I think it feels like they've said that they're trying to reduce the damage of burst windows, right? And Conduit's burst window does feel like it's still relatively strong. But outside of the burst window, it actually feels like, what the fuck am I even doing? Like, there were some of these pulls where I was doing less than tank damage because I didn't have any, like, cooldowns. Like, this is one, right? No cooldowns. I'm doing actual tank damage on certain pulls here. Like another one where it's, like, relatively, like, just awful. This one I got beaten by the tank, you know? So it's like, there's a lot of these situations where it's like, although they've like said they're trying to balance the damage out a bit more, it still actually feels like horrendous for Conduit at times when you don't have like a big button, or you don't have your buttons to press. Because it's not like Shadowpan where you can Zenith just constantly, so you're pretty chill. You're a chill guy. Like, if you do not have Zuin and Zenith up for a pack, it feels horrendous. Alright, let's run it back. Another. Conduit used to do great damage, now it does nothing. I don't know why they nerfed it 3 times. I just don't know why they, yeah. I mean, Cola said something funny yesterday, like, just basically described it as a hero talent that was still in development, which made me laugh, because oh, classic, my PTR died. Like, it genuinely, at some points, it does actually feel like a hero talent. Please, shut up, AI. Oh my god.
Okay. Button. Email or phone. Edit field. Required.
Okay, are you done? Okay.
Quit. Button.
Shut up. I hope you could actually hear that and it wasn't... I do hope that you were able to actually hear that and it wasn't just me, like, talking to myself. Maybe the PTR's down. I'll reload it. It might have just been a crash, we'll see. So I wanna run it back. Like, I was half thinking, like,
dialogue.
after... Oh,
Connecting.
please.
Connecting. Dialogue. Retrieving realm list.
I'm gonna shut up till this...
Logging into game server. Character select.
Okay, I think it's done. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was gonna play Shadowpan, but I think I'm just gonna keep playing Conduit. Like, 'cause it's easy to just run this dungeon and play Shadowpan, but that just sounds like, not boring, but just samey to what I've been doing. Yeah, I think Conduit. We'll keep...
Underworld.
Shut up.
Windwalker Pop. Button.
What's your button? Why are you saying button? Windwalker Pod. Button. Okay, thank you. I mean, what I might actually like. This is gonna sound crazy, but maybe I try it with the. Maybe I try it with Xenostomp. Is that? No, I could. Oh, I keep trying to edge out damage from somewhere, but then I remind myself that literally you don't have Zenith up and up for it to be valuable. For every 2 Zeniths that you'd cast on Conduit, you'd cast 3 Zeniths for Shadowpan. It's just not worth it. With the damage loss, it just doesn't make any sense. Alright, being dead real. Change my mind here. Blackout Kick is actually still ass, so I don't want this. I actually think I want Energy Burst. We're going to drop Harmonic Combo. Oh, I'm trying to like rationalize in my head why I would take a talent here, but they're all just so bad. Like I like Harmonic Combo, but do I actually want to be reducing my Fist of Fury damage? That sounds crazy, you know? And then Knowledge of the Broken Temple is decent, but if I'm dropping Memory of the Monastery, do I even activate it that often? I mean, kind of, maybe. Do I even want Universal Energy? I'm not even running Zenith. I don't want this. Okay, we're dropping Universal Energy. We'll take Knowledge of the Broken. Like, unironically debating taking Flurry right now. I mean, we are spinning Crane Kicking a lot, okay? I'm going to try spinning Crane Kick a ton in this dungeon. And as a result, I might take Jade Ignition. Jade Ignition's so bad, though. It's actually such a... It does no damage. 6,000. Oh my god. That's actually criminal. Okay, no, okay. Okay, it crashed again.
OK. Button. Reconnect. Button. Connect. Retrieving realm list. Retrieving realm. Logging into game server.
I feel very awkward fitting Zenith Stomps and Conduit when it has a
Character
GCD.
select.
I mean, in general, like, it's looking like... I mean, obviously, there's tons that can change, but it's looking like Zenith Stomp is just going to get dropped from Conduit just in general. Or the recommendation is going to at least be that. Obviously, tons can change from now till the season. But it just doesn't really fit in right now with Conduit. Well, Shadowpan it still fits in.
World. Windwalker Pop. Button.
Alright, let's do this quick before the game crashes again. I'm going to take Knowledge of the Broken, Memory of the Monastery. Shit, what else did I take? Oh, this is Shadowpan AoE. I was so confused why I didn't have enough talents. Drop Universal, take Knowledge. That should be fine. That's actually not as exciting as I thought it was. No, wait, I should still be taking... Oh, drop Harmonic Combo, take Energy Burst. And this button will then instead help me to manage my resources, but still allow me to have enough chi to Fist of Fury, without the deficit of Fist of Fury not doing any damage. Alright, we'll try this. I think my goal at the moment is to try and beat, like, 200. I was going to say, well, I think the most I've done on Conduit is like 202k. So we're going to try beat 220. It's a big jump. I know. A little bit of a big jump. But we're going to do it. Our talents are so boring now. We used to have like 3 branches of build variety. Yeah, I spoke about that a little bit earlier. I do miss the diversity in talents that we could go. I feel like the PTR is the only time at the moment where I can actually like mess around with talents. Like right now, if you like look at like AoE talents for like Mythic Plus, there's maybe like no, well, there's pretty much one build with maybe like 1 slight tweak or 2 slight tweaks that don't really change anything. Whereas in the War Within, there was a lot more variety in what you could do. So that's a little bit sad, I suppose. Like I think if they made like things like Slicing Winds viable again, and even made it so like Jadefire Stomp had like viability in AoE, suddenly you just open up a lot of different like build paths. But unfortunately, it's very static at the moment. $130 million compared to 118 sounds like harmonic combos, the difference between our fist damage. Yeah, something like that. But then I imagine I cast Fist of Fury a lot more than they would as well because of its cooldown reduction. So it might be a mix. I'm sure it definitely adds up to it though. Is it possible to clip Jadefire Stomp, or is that guaranteed if you queue another ability? What do you mean by clip Jadefire Stomp? Jadefire Stomp's the ability that comes out after you finish casting Fist of Fury. Do you mean like cancel Fists to get it to come out faster? I forgot details is useless to can't check cast and didn't log that. Yeah, that is the downside to details. I mean, that's Blizzard damage meters in general. Even, why does my dungeon keep disappearing? Oh, it doesn't. To be fair, even, Warcraft logs doesn't, like, accurately show you, like, spinning crane kick casts anymore. Jadefire Stomp happens after Fists. If you clip, do you get Stomp? Can you clip just before the Stomp? Sometimes I don't see the animation when casting the ability. Clip. If by clipping we mean like cancel it right before you finish channeling, you should 100% get it, because that's how Flurry Strikes works as well. Like, Flurry Strikes works in the way that if you, like, for whatever reason, cancel your Fist of Fury, that counts as the cast is finished, right? So Flurry Strikes will still expend. So I imagine it's the same way for Jadefire Stomp. If by Jadefire Stomp we're talking about, like, the talent in the bottom right-hand corner. If we're talking about Zenith Stomp... Okay, we are talking about Jadefire Stomp. Like, Zenith Stomp, like, just on the topic of Zenith Stomp, you can cast that during Fist of Fury as well. Surprisingly. No, you can, sorry, you can cast Zenith during Fist of Fury, not the Stomp. I don't know why I said Stomp. So let's say you're casting Fist of Fury, you can technically Zenith during the Fist of Fury, and it will actually work without cancelling it. The Stomp does cancel it. I think the biggest issue at the moment is they've got two abilities called something Stomp, and they've given them the exact same icon. Why? So I feel like there's I've like seen some confusion, like people asking questions about Zenith Stomp or Jadefire Stomp, and like understandable, right? Like they called two abilities something Stomp, and then gave them the exact same icon. Why? Why are they like this? Do I know if it can be clipped? I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure. Alright, we're gonna try spinning Crane Kick a heck of a lot more, I think. No, we are. Yo, this guy's got focus kicks. Holy shit, lock in. Oh my god.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh no, my cooldown manager.
Zul'jin is already empowered
Oh
with the
god, it's
power of
over.
tech.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
He's put up
Close enough.
to avoid any interruptions.
Close enough.
I will scout ahead. Bring down the barrier.
I do not have a target.
I know it's very early in the dungeon, but low-key it already feels a little bit better. I'm not just saying that because I'm doing the most damage.
Barrier is weakening.
You gotta trust me. Are we going all the way up? Oh, we are. Okay.
I need to get closer.
Actually, taking energy burst feels so nice. So obviously I've made it so that Fist of Fury now costs 3 chi again, which with like Shadow Planet's not too bad, but with Conduit, oh my god, you cast it so often that that's a lot of chi.
Few more.
So just having the extra chi back from Blackout Kick, especially as I'm proccing it more with Memory of the Monastery, it feels nice. I might have cooked, unironically. Okay, that was kind of bad. That was kind of bad. Oh my god, he just pinged his ability. What is this? I don't even know what that is. I don't know what the icon means. I completely forgot they added that feature. It's Ascendance. Ascendance is going to be ready in however long that is. Okay, noted. Oh, we got to do these totems. Okay, we did them. Kind of.
One more, and the barrier should lose its power.
Anyone know the name of the add-on that shows the abilities in order? Big squares below cooldown manager? Oh, I do. Pick me. It is a add-on called Wild You Tools. Well, that's what I use anyway for my GCD tracker. Ow. I can't move. Right, they completely rooted me there. That's kind of scary, actually. Yeah, I use an add-on called Wild You Tools. It's kind of like a quality of life add-on. It's got a bunch of other features, but I predominantly just use it for a GCD tracker. But it has got some other useful features. You basically just toggle it on in the add-on, and then in edit mode it has its own little custom thing that you can scale up and stuff. Damage? Ow.
No way across.
Why am I still dying?
Have to jump down.
I've got fucking 500 stacks of venom. Hello?
Be on guard. It looks like the children of Ulatek have been throwing their sacrifices down there.
The details remove their GCD tracker? I don't think so.
Do not let it get
I've just never used the details one.
out of Watch out for its venom.
I don't get why sometimes this guy,
Necessary.
sometimes he'll like only throw a couple, and other times is it because we missed one, right? So he gains more shield. So I feel like we didn't miss any, or like not in the early ones. Yeah, I think we definitely misplayed. So once the shield's broken, then he stops casting, but I think if you miss one, it's over. But I swear we got the initial 2. I'm not crazy. You gotta trust me. Well, that didn't go well. Oh, the boss cannot be tanked on the pile of food. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Run it back. I like your idea of giving stamina talent and giving Karma 2 charges, but they should also bring back the fuse. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of the stamina talent. I don't think they're going to do stamina talent, though, which sucks, on the basis that it gives both other monk specs it as well, right? I don't know if they want to give those 2 other specs extra stamina. I mean, they could just do a simple... Only Windwalker get it, which isn't something impossible. Um, 2 stacks of Diffuse, I don't think it's a bad idea. They actually also like an idea Hursty suggested of making it so that such a combat just has half its cooldown, which is essentially the same thing, right? Kind of. Like, it serves the same purpose, but I think that works just as well. In terms of diffuse magic, I don't think they're going to bring it back. I just don't. I really think they should make it so that Fort Brew has 2 charges. But then once again, I feel like they're in an issue, right, where because these are all class tree things, they basically, I feel like they run themselves into a situation where it's like the other 2 monk specs, like they're not in the like amazing state defensively, but they both got more health. They're both, I'd argue they're both in a better state, like survivable wise. But you basically have to do changes for Windwalker that don't impact them. Something that I would ask for Blizzard to add to the cooldown manager is a way to track the tier set as a buff. I think that is 100% needed. It's not as bad when playing Shadowpan because things are a lot slower paced. But when playing Conduit, like, there's a lot going on, and you get Fist of Fury up a lot more often. It would just be good to be able to track, I've got my tier set active, right? I think that'd probably be an actual piece of feedback I'd give back. Because sometimes, like, you'll have procs spinning Crane Kick, but you'll know, like, I'm in single target, I don't want to be pressing that, but you need to be, like, aware. That's kind of awkward positioning. You need to be aware that you need to delay that for a Rising Sun Kick. It'd be good to know, like, I've got my tier set without having to look in the top right hand of my screen. I mean, technically you could bring the buff bar down, but I think that should be trackable as, like, a buff. I've got my tier set active, so then I know that I should be... before I send my next Fist of Fury, I have to send one of those two, otherwise I lose value. I don't think that's, like, too much of an ask. I think that's fair. we pulled so much. We, we pulled so much there. I didn't die. Oh, the idea is to not have a corpse close to it when it starts feeding. Okay, that makes sense. So basically what you're saying is it's a tank mechanic. Not my problem. Noted, noted. Ow. I literally just detoxed myself. You ever detox yourself straight into another poison, it feels really good. It's very satisfying. It's a shame because I had cooldowns on that pool that we just did that we wiped to, and then they came up like halfway through this one, but it makes no sense to send. So like, because this is 3 targets, I just still think it's probably better to do have Rising Sun Kick as my activator. I mean, eventually it's just going to be like, whatever the Sims tell you is better, but for now it's kind of like everything has to be played by ear. I technically think like Spinning Crane Kick would actually still do more damage, like the buffed version of it would do more damage to 3 targets, but I think just the fact that you can't get resets, like you won't get as much reset on Fist of Fury, I think that is damage loss. So yeah, I think 5 targets is the sweet point for Spinning Crane Kick after Fists. Alright, we have just about everything for this pull, so this should be kind of nice. Go on. Go on, you can do it.
None was successful in consuming this one.
I feel like I'm taking so much damage. I'm not quite sure why. Is it because I'm playing Windwalker Monk? No, surely not. It's a shame my cooldowns haven't quite lined up for this. This would be the best time to send.
Your
Oh my
survival
god.
wasn't necessary.
This phase is so cringe. Because clearly the idea is to group them all up, right? And then you have to chain CC them. But if they're not getting chain CC, then as a melee, you're rucked. It's over. So once they start putting the dot on you, so you're all fixated by one. So the moment the dot starts coming out, it's like, what? So I either move out and deal no damage during the phase where you want to do as much damage as humanly possible, or just stand in melee, or stand in ranged and play like a... just do nothing. What's wrong with PC? Like... this motherfucker still hits me in Ring of Peace!
Only the strong
Fuck these snakes.
survive.
Oh god. I'm back! I think you just have to chain CC them, right? It's like, what is this? Like, once they're stacked up, it's just horrible. There's got to be a better way to do that. Like, 'cause there's no point even like detoxing myself if I get the poison, because every time the snake hits you, it just reapplies it. I see Windwalker defensives are still poo-poo. They haven't... there've been no changes to Windwalker defensives. I mean, they're still poo-poo, but at the same time, I'm greedy for, like, not moving out of melee, but at the same time, like... Can I really be blamed? Okay. See, this is weird. If these things are on low enough health, they just do this weird thing then until they basically respawn back into the boss. I don't know if that's intended. I feel like that's probably not intended. So that's a lot of downtime that you just spend. Like, that was easily like 10 seconds, which can matter in a key. How do I ping my abilities? Oh, Fist of Fury's ready. I got Tiger Palm, lock in. I mean, I kind of like the pinging system. I'm not sure how useful it's going to be, but it's interesting. I think it'll be good for like calling out things like darkness and AMZ. Like that like in my mind that's like the information I need the most. Because like cooldowns like knowing someone's cooldowns is kind of important to a degree. But at the same time, like in like an M+ dungeon, you can't really like not pull. Right? Like if someone's like cooldown's like, oh my cooldown's back up in 20 seconds, you can't really just AFK for 20 seconds. They'll just have to pop mid-pull. But like knowing things like well yeah, exactly, like MZ, Darkness, Zephyr, that's really useful information to be able to ping. I swear to God, these things just envenom me. Where did all the Zuin haters come from? I wouldn't say that I'm a Zuin hater. I like Zuin, but I think what might have happened is since the kind of like shift to just having Zenith, it's kind of become apparent like how reliant you are on like double stacking up these cooldowns, and that in itself feels like kind of bad. So, like, I think that's where like the hate probably comes from the most. It's like, by playing Shadowpan, it feels like you have a lot more freedom in your cooldowns. Like, because you just have one. You don't have to be, like, double stacking them. Like, I basically cannot send out a Zenith on its own if it means I'm delaying Zuin, right? Whereas with Shadowpan, you can send out Zenith whenever you please. Like, no real restrictions on it. So I wouldn't say it's hate. I just think it's more like that's the angle I come from when I think of Zuin. Like I like the ability. I like having him. He's a cool little boy. But like Conduit feels extremely restricted, right? Like it feels like even though my Zeniths are on short cooldowns and it comes back up sooner, I just have to hold it every single time. And that's what feels bad, I think. That's how I see it anyway. I miss Storm, Earth, and Fire. I mean, it's the same thing for Storm, Earth, and Fire, right? I miss the clones. I think that was very iconically Windwalker. But the bugs and the issues with it that affected actual damage and balancing and just tons of, like, bugs and issues that came with the clones, that's not good. And that made the spec, like, feel worse. Like, if your clones didn't replicate some damage, like, some abilities they would replicate, sometimes they would just do whatever the fuck they wanted. They run off into Narnia. You know, there was a lot of bugs with them. But, like, aesthetically, very cool ability, very iconically Windwalker. But it just had so many issues. That changing it to Zenith, or Weapons of Order, whatever you want to call it, meant that all the damage comes from you. You're not dealing with these buggy clones, so it's a lot easier to, in quotation marks, balance, right? Like, or actually get the full, like, damage that you should be getting from, like, a buff or something like that. Oh. Oh god, they're gonna explode. It's hard to tell how well my damage is in this dungeon compared to the last one, because the damage meters are a little bit bugged right now. I assure you I'm not doing... I haven't got 610 million damage overall. I'd love to say that that's true. I don't think we have enough percent. I think we skipped too much. Might be wrong. When this mob's up, he puts a horrendous, like, slow on you that essentially makes you can't move, like, eventually. I'm not sure if there's any way to not get it other than to Tiger's Lust yourself. potentially there's a way to avoid it. But I, like... Basically, if I didn't have Tiger's Lust, I'd be getting hit by every single one of those beams. There's no way we have the percent. Oh my god, we get Lust again. Hold up, I need to ping cooldowns. He doesn't care. It's kind of based. We didn't interrupt the mass envenomment. Okay. Oh.
You think you can stop me? I'd like to see you try.
I mean, personally, I don't care about percent, to be honest. Alright, so we have 9 stacks. It'll be interesting to see what actually removes these stacks. Okay, so I actually got hit by the glaive there, and that removed the stack. So it's literally anything that's red will remove the stack off of you, and you have to remove them all. So you 100% want to stand in this, and that removes a few. But then you also do want to get hit, like, stand in the blood and stuff like that. Like, because now it's fully gone off of me, and now ideally I don't get hit by any of the mechanics, except for the mechanic that is targeting me. That's nice. I left Windwalker a little while ago, but still pretty passionate about it. I mean, I wouldn't say I've left Windwalker, but I'm definitely like in like raid and stuff, right? I'm playing different things now that are actually, I don't want to say useful, because Windwalker does have use in raid, but there are some specs that like just have better, just are better to play. Like for the rankings I'm trying to get to, right? Like, I still always play, like, Windwalker and M+, and if it's good in the raid, I'll play it. 100%. But, like, I think the issue is, like, I'm noticing a lot more flaws with it at the moment, which is a little bit rough. Like, 'cause I really want to push with it on M+, but it just feels so bad at the moment to try, like, higher keys and just find, like, everything. Everything just obliterates me. When I can just, like, play on my DK with a pre-made group and, like, literally dodge every single mechanic, take no damage, chill. Unironically, it's the payphone meme. I mean, there's still like plenty of time on this PTR cycle for them to make changes, right? Is that copium? Am I like... What stage is this? Is this bargaining? Is this denial? Not copium for all specs except Windwalker. I don't so I keep quite up to date with things like PTR changes and stuff like that because I want to make content on it. And I think they've been relatively good at like changing things like throughout the PTR cycle for Windwalker. I mean, Undermine is obviously the biggest one where they made like quite a lot of changes. They did quite a lot in the alpha for this expansion throughout the weeks. Maybe Maniforge was the worst one, where like they basically did like nothing. It was like one change and then they did nothing. Okay. Damage has actually gone up. We have gone up 10k since the last dungeon, and that's even with like a few deaths at like really awkward times with cooldowns. Unironically, we're getting better. The rust is rubbing off. The build makes more sense. Oh, how do I do this again? I need to see this. And spinning, like, we're doing a lot more damage with spinning crane kick. It is starting to all come together. The real question is, do I think it's better right now than Shadowpan in Dungeons? It's hard to say, because I think Dungeons is such a vague thing. When someone's like, what's better in M+, I think it actually, unironically, is not as cut and dry as this is better in M+. I think it actually matters on like keystone level and stuff like that. Like if you were to ask me what's the best spec I've played, like what hero talent was better in these plus 10s and 12s, Shadowpan 100%. Like it's just stronger. Stronger, more versatile, does more damage, smile. But do I think Conduit might be better at higher keystone levels right now? I kind of do. Because I feel like the biggest thing with Conduit that's like feels really bad right now is that you don't have cooldowns up for every pack, or you get them up like halfway through a pack, whereas when I was playing these dungeons on Shadowpan, you know, Zenith is up every single time, it's kind of chill. So I think at a higher keystone level actually might feel better. Now for all I know, it's actually going to turn out that Conduit sucks for dungeons, we're just going to play Shadowpan again. But right now, it doesn't feel bad. I think the burst windows feel good, but I still think like outside the burst windows, the consistent damage is just not it. Like I know they've said their goal is to try and make it have more consistent damage. I just feel like it's really bad outside of the cooldowns. Now that I'm trying to play a lot more spinning crane kick and actually use this button more efficiently, you can see like the damage is actually balanced out quite nicely here. So Fist of Fury is still highest with 35, which is about what you'd expect on Shadow Paladin as well. But spinning crane kick is now actually competing with the damage of Fist of Fury. I say competing loosely. It's not it's doing good damage, but it's not all the way down here, right? Like this feels like where spinning crane kick should more or less be in a Mythic Plus dungeon, right? It feels a bit more how it should be. I don't know if it's quite going to be like this for Shadowpan. Because the big thing with Conduit is Conduit. Our foreset, right? Our foreset basically is where every time you Fist of Fury, you get the benefit of increased damage of Rising Sun King and Spinning Crane Kick. The benefit to that is you cast more Fist of Furies as Conduit. Just no debate in that. 100% you cast more Fist of Furies because it has a shorter cooldown because of Heart of the Jade Serpent. You just get more cast throughout like any encounter, right? So inherently, you're going to get more empowered Spinning Crane Kicks. Whereas with Shadowpan, you're going to get less empowered spinning crane kick. So naturally, I expect this damage to be less for Shadowpan, which it was in the dungeon that we did earlier. But then that helps get carried by things like Flurry Strikes and Zenith Stomp. Celestial Conduit's damage is depressing. Nothing's changed there. Tiger Palm still sucks. That's nice. It basically feels like Spinning Crane Kick has taken the job of Zenith Stomp. Because Zenith Stomp was maybe not 20% Zenith Stomp was doing with, in Season 1. But Spinning Crane Kick's definitely doing, like, higher. I'd say this is... However, this is a relatively, like, quite minion-heavy dungeon in comparison to some. Like, it's only 3 bosses, right? So there's actually not that much single target. And it's got a boss that's AoE. So it might be the... This is... It's hard to judge off of, like, one dungeon, which is very AoE heavy. Lots of big trash pools, lots of small mobs, not many bosses. If you did a dungeon like, I don't know, like Skyreach, for example, it has a lot of single target bosses, not that much trash. I could see, like, Spinning Crane Kick actually being, like, relatively low again, because you're just not getting enough value from it. So overall, yeah, I don't know. Windwalker's okay? Can I say that? Is okay good enough? Are we happy with that? I like okay. I'd like Conduit to be viable again in any content, because it's a fun hero talent to play. Like, I played one dungeon of Shadowpan earlier. It's the exact same thing. Like, the playstyle is the exact same. Like, nothing's changed. It feels like I'm playing Season 1. Same rotation, maybe with a slight tweak to Spinning Crane Kick every so often. Same buttons, like, nothing, like, it's just Shadowpan, innit? But at least Conduit feels like a bit more interactive, a bit more going on, engaging. I have to think about my actions, which is kind of nice, because I feel like with Shadowpan, there's not much thinking to do. Like, there's not that much micromanaging. But I 100% think that the 4 set should be trackable. I think it, especially for Conduit, you should 100% be able to know when you have, like, the stacks up for it. Because right now, I'm having to remember if I've pressed Spinning Crane Kick or Rising Sun Kick before for next Fist of Fury, which might sound crazy, right? Like, it might be like, well, of course you're going to have pressed one of them in between your Fist of Furies, because Fist of Fury is such a short cooldown in cooldowns, like, you can actually get lost in the source a little bit of whether I've pressed one of these. Like, 'cause sometimes you might Fist of Fury into a Whirling Dragon Punch, into, like a, I don't know, Blackout Kick for whatever reason, and then Fist of Fury's back up, and I have to think to myself, wait, shit, did I press one of these 2 buttons, like, you know, 3 seconds ago? So it'd be nice to have a tracker for that. I think that would be quality of life. New dungeon's fun. Last boss is cool. First 2 bosses are cringe. Trash is okay. Aesthetically nice. I'll give it like a 7 out of 10. They should add Rising Sun Kick to the tier set. Rising Sun Kick is part of the tier set. It's both of them. So, like, after you cast Fist of Fury, it empowers both Rising Sun Kick and Spinning Crane Kick, but only one of them, like, the next one you press gets the buff. So if you press Spinning Crane Kick, you can't get it on Rising Sun Kick and vice versa. Is Slicing Winds a button again? Nope. They've done no changes to Slicing Winds. It still does despicable damage. It does less damage than a baseline Spinning Crane Kick. So, to put that into perspective, baseline Spinning Crane Kick sucks. And it's on a 30-second cooldown, so no, it's very bad still. Which is a shame. I mean, I was speaking about it earlier, but I think they need to buff Slicing Winds. It's a fun ability. It makes no sense that they just nerfed it into the ground. Like, there's no reason that it's like... I'm not saying make it overpowered, just make it viable. Make it a viable build path. It's like, some people like it. It's fun. Thought you only spin? No. So, like, the tier set works with single target and AoE. This tier set is a lot... This tier set's more powerful than the previous tier set that we had in Season 1. The Season 1 tier set was very weak, even for Conduit. I'm not saying this one's revolutionary, but it's stronger for both Shadowpan and for Conduit than it was in Season 1. As well as that, it honestly, like, it's pretty... There isn't actually that much you have to think about it with. Especially playing Shadowpan. I'd say it's more like a Conduit thing. It'd be nice to have a tracker for it. just because of how fast-paced Conduit is, you can sometimes get lost in the source a little bit. The head transmog feels wrong? What do you mean? I like it. It's like... Okay, that's not... I mean, that's not a good angle. I need light. I think it's kind of cool. It's very similar to the Undermine one, where you had the dragon head. I think, like, in terms of, like, monk transmogs, like, these are some of the best ones. Like, they actually, like, you gotta remember, like, we used to have, like, beads. They used to, like, just give us beads and shit, and, like, give us a hat. Like, I feel like with these tier sets and stuff, they've actually put, like, they put effort into them. Like, actual thought and effort has gone into some of these transmogs. I mean, what's next? Have they done... I mean, they could do loads of things, right? They've done Wukong, they've done Dragon. What else could they do? They could go through the entire, like... Just go through them all. I'm trying to think of some. I can't even think off the top of my head. I don't know. Tiger? Bear? Bear doesn't really make any sense.
Maelstro on underscore Spotify
You get what I
is
mean,
now
though. Like,
following.
these are some cool transmogs. Is Windwalker broken in the PTR? I'm seeing people run new dungeons, and Windwalker in the group's always insane. I mean, personally, I don't think so. I think it's okay. But I've been playing Conduit mostly, which is probably the weaker one in the dungeons at the moment. I think Windwalker will always look at insane on lower dungeon levels, just because it's so good. It's so well suited for like 10s, 12s, 14s, 15s, even 16s. So if they're like playing Shadowpan, like they usually should top the meters, because their cooldowns are so short with Shadowpan. The burst is like relatively decent, and they have really good consistent damage. It's really hard to beat Shadowpan in lower dungeon keys. Once you start scaling up, then it gets a bit harder, because their short cooldowns that benefit like constant chain pulling start losing some value. So I guess it depends on this perspective. But I wouldn't say broken. No, I don't think Windwalker's broken right now. How about some effort in the defensive department? I mean, hopefully. I could see it coming. Look, if they don't do it next week, I'm sure they'll do it the week after. And if they don't do it the week after, I'm sure they'll do it the week after. And if they don't do it that week, then I'll start worrying. Because at that point, it's pretty much Season 2. So until then, I'm chilling, you know? It's going to be so hype when they drop 2 stacks of Fortifying Brew, a Stamina talent, because they've been teasing us right now, right? You know, they've been, like, edging us a little bit with, like, oh, have this tiny little Vivify buff. And they're just, like, there rubbing their hands together, laughing a little bit, you know, like, oh, look at these Windwalkers, they're losing their minds. But really, they're just teasing us before they hit us with the big defensive buff. I can't wait. It's going to be so exciting. Yes, it's going to be so good, it's real. Trust me. Yeah, I think that's going to be it for me today. I've run this dungeon like 5 times now. I've seen enough green, I think. It is a good dungeon, it's pretty fun. I'll make a...
Proxy 19 is now
I'm playing all of the bosses as Windwalker at the moment in the raid on the PTR. So I'm going to make a video on that, just like 1 minute summary of, do I think Windwalker's good on this boss? How is Monk good on this boss, sort of thing. Maybe over the weekend I'll do that. And then next week, I might do some M+ on live servers as well. Maybe, don't quote me on that. But next week, when the PTR actually has like the full dungeon cycle, that's when I can really like give it beans. But running the same dungeon back to back is kind of... I mean, think of it this way. Do you really want to run Skyreach 5 times in a row? Yes, no, you don't want to do that. But from next week, they do the 4 cycles, so it's 4 dungeons, and the next week it's 4 new ones, and then they tend to bring like them all back together. Something like that will be kind of how it works out. Yeah. I think we just need to look into what they keep changing in the weeks to come. I think... Yeah, I don't know. I just don't want another complete Shadowpan tier. That's my biggest worry, is that they just fully, like... Conduit's just not worth the hassle of playing. right? Because Conduit is definitely harder. There's a lot more you have to micromanage, and if you're micromanaging that for the same amount of DPS, you just play Shadowpan. It's just like, why would I go through all that trouble to play the simpler hero talent? Shadowpan 3 seasons in a row would suck. Yeah, I agree. Like, 2 seasons is okay on the... I'm okay with 2 seasons because there was an actual expansion in between, so technically your entire class somewhat changed. Running it back to back to back might be a little bit much. Like, at least give Conduit, like, make it at least somewhat decent. But I feel like it's in a better spot than it was last season. I have only tested it for, like, a couple of hours, like, a few hours, but even just a few hours, you can, like, kind of get a feel for it. It feels nice. I think it needed the changes to temple training, which made it so Fist of Fury and Spinning Crane Kick do more damage. Like, this was a massive change. This is probably the change that will make it so that, like, if Conduit is viable, it'll be because of this change. Like, this was a 20% buff to Fist of Fury and Spinning Crane Kick, which you can see is massive, right? So I feel like if there's anything that will push it over the edge to make it viable, it's this. This is the thing that makes the difference. But we'll just have to see what they do in the weeks to come. Hopefully they give us some more defensives, because that's what the people crave. People crave surviving. Crazy. Crazy. We don't like dying in M+. Yeah. Have a awesome weekend. Good luck with the PTR testing if you're testing. If not, look out for the video on the PTR raid this weekend sometime, where I will try my best not to complain about Windwalker and how it's a spread cleave tier, which it 100% feels like it is, but I'll try my best. Alright, have an awesome weekend. Catch you guys later.